Have you ever stood at a trailhead, looked into the deep, silent woods, and felt a shiver run down your spine? A feeling that you're standing on the edge of something ancient, vast, and indifferent. Our national parks are America's treasures. We go there to find ourselves, to connect with nature, to feel the thrill of adventure. But every year, for a handful of people, that adventure takes a turn into the unknown. They walk past a sign, take a fork in the trail, or step off the path for just a moment, and are never seen again. This isn't just about getting lost. This is about disappearing, leaving behind a car in a parking lot, a half-eaten lunch, and a mystery that baffles search parties and haunts investigators for years. Today, we're examining the cases that defy explanation, the stories that whisper through the trees. This is Missing in the Mountains. True stories of disappearances in national parks. Let's step into the wild. My name is Liam Caldwell. If you're reading this, it's because the official story, the one about grief, induced psychosis, and a tragic, freak accident, never sat right with you. Or maybe you're one of those people who scours the internet for stories that live in the dark corners of the world. The accounts that defy easy explanation. Either way, listen, because I was there. I know what really happened at the Devil's Oven. Last year, I was 28 and my life had imploded. A 5-year relationship in Boston, the kind you build your future around, evaporated overnight, leaving me with a half-empty apartment and the hollowed out feeling of being a stranger in my own life. The city, once a vibrant playground, became a collection of painful memories. Every street corner, every coffee shop held a ghost. My job in marketing felt like a cage. The fluorescent lights of the cubicle farm, humming a monotonous tune of my failure. I needed an escape, not a vacation, but a complete severing from the man I had been. So, I did what any sensible, heartbroken person would do. I ran away to the woods. The seasonal guide position in Acadia National Park was a lifeline. It was a chance to trade spreadsheets for trail maps, conference calls for the call of the sea. I convinced myself that the raw, rugged beauty of Mount Desert Island would be a balm for my soul. The crisp, salt-laced air would scrub my lungs clean of the city's smog and my mind of the lingering bitterness. I imagined serene hikes, majestic sunrises over the Atlantic, and a quiet solitude that would allow me to piece myself back together. I thought the scariest thing I'd have to face was the loneliness I was running from, or maybe the notorious summer traffic that clogged the park's scenic loop. I was profoundly, terrifyingly wrong. The job, for the most part, was exactly what I'd hoped for. I led group of eager tourists up Cadillac Mountain for dawn, pointed out peregrine falcons nesting in the cliffs, and shared tidbits of the island's history. I learned the rhythm of the park, the ebb and flow of the tides, the scent of pine needles after a rainstorm, the way the fog could roll in from the ocean and swallow the landscape whole. There was a primal beauty to it, a sense of ancient power that made my own problems feel small and insignificant. But there was another side to the job, a more lucrative, and as I would discover, more perilous one: the private tours. These were booked by the wealthy, the ones who wanted an authentic experience without the inconvenience of other people. They paid a premium for exclusivity, for a guide's undivided attention, for access to the park's less traveled paths. It was through this service that I was assigned to them. The booking was for 3 individuals, a married couple and 1 other gentleman. The request was specific and unusual. They didn't want to see the panoramic views from the summit or the iconic Thunder Hole. They wanted a low-tide tour of a sea cave on the western shore known as the Devil's Oven. I met them at a designated pull-off, the morning air cool and damp. The couple introduced themselves first. Mark and Sarah Miller, from Ohio, radiating a kind of wholesome, Midwestern enthusiasm that was both charming and slightly naive. Mark, a man in his late 40s with a friendly, open face, was already fiddling with a high-end camera, a childlike excitement in his eyes. Sarah, his wife, was quieter, offering a warm, gentle smile as she adjusted the strap of her daypack. They were the picture of a happy couple on an adventurous getaway, eager to see the sights and create memories. And then there was the third man. He stood slightly apart from them, a stark figure against the vibrant green of the forest. He was tall and unnaturally still. While the Millers were dressed in practical layers of fleece and nylon, he wore an immaculate, tailored black wool coat. It was a strange choice for the mild coastal weather, yet it didn't look out of place on him. It seemed a part of him, like a shadow given form. He stepped forward and offered a hand. His grip was cold and dry, like old paper, and surprisingly strong. "You may call me Mr. K," he said. His voice was low and resonant, a calm, deep baritone that held no discernible accent. It was a voice that commanded attention without raising its volume. He didn't offer a first name, and his eyes, when they met mine, were the most unsettling feature of all. They were a dark, flat brown, but they seemed to possess an incredible depth, an unnerving quality of absorbing the light around them without reflecting any of it back. They were the eyes of a predator, patient and ancient. "Liam Caldwell," I replied, forcing a professional smile. "Glad to have you all here. The Devil's Oven is an interesting choice. It's not on our usual list of recommendations. It can be a bit tricky to get to. We appreciate a unique experience," Mr. K stated, his gaze already drifting past me toward the coastline. It wasn't a suggestion, it was a fact. Mark Miller clapped his hands together. "We read about it online, some local folklore site. Sounded spooky and fantastic." "Ready for an adventure, honey?" he asked his wife. Sarah nodded, though her smile seemed a little more hesitant now, her eyes flickering toward the silent man in the black coat. The walk to the cave took us along a rugged, rock-strewn shoreline. The tide was out, exposing a wide beach of wet stones and tangled seaweed that smelled sharply of salt and decay. I fell into my guide persona, a comfortable mask to hide my growing unease. "The geology of this area is fascinating," I began, pointing toward the granite cliffs that had been carved and scarred by glaciers millennia ago. Mount Desert Island is essentially a mountain range that was drowned by rising sea levels. Mark listened intently, snapping photos, but Mr. K's attention was fixed solely on our destination, a dark, vertical slit in the cliff, face about a half-mile ahead. "The legend you read about. The Devil's Oven," I continued, lowering my voice for dramatic effect as we drew closer, "is one of the island's darker tales. It's mostly just folklore to spook the tourists, of course." I glanced at them. The Millers looked intrigued. Mr. K's expression was unreadable. "They say," I recited from memory the story I told a dozen times on haunted history walks, "that the cave was a place of judgment for the ancient people who lived here. A place for those who committed the most unspeakable crimes. The stories claim they weren't just executed. They were offered as a sacrifice. They'd be tied up inside at low tide, and the priests would perform a ritual, calling upon the spirits of the deep to cleanse the land of the evil man's soul. And the tide would come in and... whoosh? Mark asked, his eyes wide. Exactly. But the legend says it wasn't just the water. It claims the cave contains a portal, a doorway to the underworld. And when the ritual was performed, the portal would open, and the man's soul and body would be dragged through, consumed by whatever lies on the other side. They say the men were essentially burned alive by the unholy energy of the portal, hence the name, Devil's Oven. I finished with a theatrical flourish. Of course, it's just a story. Sarah shivered, pulling her jacket tighter. That's a horrible thought. Mr. K, who had been silent the entire walk, finally spoke. His voice cut through the sound of the distant waves. Stories are the vessels of truth, Mr. Caldwell, he said, not looking at me, but at the cave's entrance, which now loomed just 100 yards away. They are how memory survives. There was a finality in his tone that chilled me. He wasn't a tourist enjoying a ghost story. He was a scholar reviewing a familiar text. We reached the mouth of the cave. It was a jagged, narrow fissure in the granite, darker than any shadow, looking like a wound in the ancient rock. A cool, damp air flowed out from it, carrying a smell that was more than just seed damp. It was a scent of profound age and stillness. The sound of the waves seemed to fade away, replaced by a heavy, oppressive silence that emanated from the darkness within. My guide, spiel died in my throat. Every instinct I had, the primal, animal part of my brain, screamed at me to turn around and walk away. But I was the guide. This was my job, and they were my clients. Well, I said, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the sudden quiet. This is it. The Devil's Oven. Watch your step. The rocks inside are slick. Mark and Sarah hesitated for a moment, their cheerful demeanor finally cracking under the weight of the cave's grim atmosphere. But Mr. K stepped past them without a pause, his black coat melting into the absolute darkness of the entrance as if he were finally coming home. Following Mr. K into the darkness felt like a colossal failure of instinct. Every nerve ending I possessed was screaming retreat, but my feet, bound by professional duty and a paralyzing curiosity, carried me forward. The air temperature dropped immediately, the damp chill seeping through my jacket and into my bones. The cave wasn't a wide, open cavern, but a narrow, winding fissure that forced us into a single file line. The walls were slick with a slimy, black algae that glistened wetly in the beam of the flashlight I'd reluctantly switched on. The ground was uneven, littered with sharp, edged rocks and shallow pools of stagnant seawater that reflected the light in distorted, trembling patterns. The acoustics were profoundly wrong. Outside, the world was full of the familiar sounds of the coast, the distant cry of gulls, the rhythmic crash of waves. Inside, a heavy, oppressive silence swallowed everything. Our footsteps, which should have echoed off the hard granite, were muffled, as if the rock itself was absorbing the sound. Even our breathing seemed unnervously loud in the dead air. Wow, this is something, Mark Miller said from behind me, his voice strained. The flash from his camera fired, momentarily bleaching the scene in a harsh, white light. For a split second, I saw the cave extend deeper than I'd imagined, twisting away into an impenetrable blackness. The flash also illuminated Sarah's face. Her earlier apprehension had curdled into genuine fear. Her eyes were wide, and she stayed so close to her husband that they were practically touching. Not much to see, I'm afraid, I said, trying to sound reassuring, though my own heart was hammering against my ribs. Sea caves are usually just simple fissures like this. We probably shouldn't go much further. Up ahead, Mr. K had stopped. He stood perfectly still, his tall frame a silhouette against the deeper darkness. He hadn't produced a light of his own, yet he seemed perfectly comfortable, as if his eyes were made for this absence of light. He paid no attention to us. His focus was entirely on the back of the cave. The Millers were clearly ready to leave. They had their spooky photo, their little adventure story. "Yeah, I think we've seen enough," Sarah said, her voice trembling slightly. "It's a bit claustrophobic in here." "I agree," I said, turning to herd them back toward the distant, gray rectangle of the entrance. "Plus, we can't forget about the tide. It'll be turning soon, and we don't want to get our feet wet." It was a lame attempt at normalcy, a guide's standard cautionary line, but it felt utterly hollow. That's when Mr. K began to speak. It wasn't directed at us. It was a low, guttural sound that started deep in his chest. It wasn't a language I could identify. It was a series of harsh, clicking consonants and long, resonant vowels that seemed to vibrate in the very rock beneath my feet. It wasn't a chant so much as an incantation, a sequence of sounds that felt ancient and fundamentally alien. The strangest part was the lack of echo. The sounds left his lips and were simply gone, devoured by the oppressive silence. It was as if he were speaking directly to the darkness, and the darkness was listening. A new sound answered him. It started as a low rumble, a vibration I felt more than heard. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting a wild arc toward the entrance. "What was that?" Mark yelped. The rumble grew into a roar. It wasn't the gentle, lapping advance of the incoming tide. It was the sound of a freight train, a furious, violent surge of water. I stared in disbelief. The entrance, which moments before had been a wide opening onto a dry, stony beach, was now a churning, boiling wall of green water. An impossible wall. The tide doesn't move that fast. It doesn't behave that way. It wasn't rising, it was attacking. Water exploded into the cave, crashing against the walls with concussive force, the spray hissing as it hit the rock. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me.
"My God!"
Sarah screamed, her voice shrill with terror. Mark grabbed her, pulling her back from the rapidly advancing water. I fumbled for the two-way radio clipped to my belt, my fingers clumsy and numb. I thumbed the button. "Mayday! Mayday!" "This is Ranger Guide Caldwell. We're trapped in the Devil's Oven! Rogue wave!" The only response was a crackle of static, a dead, empty hiss that was somehow more terrifying than silence. The water was already at our ankles, shockingly cold, pulling at us with a vicious, unnatural strength. "He will be pleased with the offering." The voice came from behind me, calm and clear over the roar of the water. I whipped around. Mr. K had turned to face us. He was stepping out of the absolute darkness at the back of the cave, but he wasn't alone. The darkness seemed to cling to him, to move him, a living, breathing shadow. His face, illuminated by my wavering flashlight beam, was serene, almost beatific. A faint, terrible smile played on his lips. "The old one's hunger," he said, his voice now strangely layered. Beneath his calm baritone was a faint, secondary resonance. The same guttural, chanting vibration he had used moments before. It was as if two voices were speaking from one throat. "What did you do?" "The husband," Mark shrieked. He was trying to push Sarah behind him, shielding her with his body as he backed away from the advancing water on one side and the terrifying figure on the other. I did nothing. Mr. K said, taking another slow, deliberate step forward. The water was now at our knees, a churning, powerful torrent that threatened to sweep us off our feet. I merely opened the door. You misunderstand, Liam. We don't come to see the cave. We come to feed it. That was when my mind finally broke. The carefully constructed walls of denial and professional responsibility crumbled into dust, replaced by a single, primal instinct to survive. My eyes darted around frantically, scanning the slick, dark walls. Above us, to the left, I saw it, a narrow ledge, a crack in the rock about 10 feet up. It wasn't much, but it was higher. It was a chance. I didn't think. I just moved. I lunged for the wall, my fingers finding rough, sharp holds in the granite. The rock tore at my skin, but I barely felt it. Adrenaline was afire in my veins. I scrambled upwards, my hiking boots slipping on the wet stone. Behind me, the chaos reached a crescendo. Mark was screaming now, a mixture of rage and terror.
Get away from us!
Get away! I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just heard Mr. K's layered voice, impossibly calm amidst the maelstrom. A worthy sacrifice. Fear sweetens the gift. Then came Sarah's scream. It wasn't a scream of fear. It was a shriek of pure, unadulterated agony that was cut off with sickening abruptness. It was replaced by a sound that will haunt my nightmares until the day I die. A wet, tearing, crunching noise. It was the sound of something large and powerful, breaking something small and fragile. It was the sound of a predator making its kill. I risked a glance down. I didn't see what happened to Sarah. All I saw was Mark, his face a mask of horror, turning toward the source of the sound. And then the water, now a chest-high torrent, slammed into him, and he was gone. One moment he was there. The next he was swept away into the churning darkness at the back of the cave. The tearing sound came again, louder this time, followed by a final, gurgling cry that was quickly drowned out by the crashing waves. With a final, desperate heave, I hauled myself onto the narrow ledge. I wedged my body into the crack in the rock, pressing myself as far back as I could go. I was shaking uncontrollably, my breath coming in ragged, painful sobs. I squeezed my eyes shut, but I couldn't block out the sounds. The roar of the water, the faint, triumphant echo of the chant, and the sickening, wet noises from the back of the cave. I stayed there, wedged in the rock, a terrified animal in its hole. I don't know for how long. Time ceased to have meaning. It could have been minutes. It felt like an eternity. I waited for the entire tide cycle, listening as the impossible roar of the water slowly subsided, replaced once again by the heavy, waiting silence of the cave. The silence that followed the storm was worse than the roaring water. It was a dead, heavy, listening silence. From my wretched perch in the rock, I remained frozen, a fossil in waiting. My body was a knot of agony. My fingers were raw and bleeding. My muscles screamed from the strain. And a deep, shuddering cold had settled into my bones. But the physical pain was a distant hum compared to the terror that had my mind in a vise grip. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, convinced that if I opened them, I would see something clawing its way up the rock towards me. The wet, tearing sounds played on a loop in my head, a soundtrack to the memory of Sarah's final scream. Hours passed. The only way I could mark time was by the slow, almost imperceptible drop in the water level inside the cave. The air gradually lost its violent, churning energy, settling back into that profound, ancient stillness I had felt when we first entered. Eventually, the sound of the ocean outside returned to its normal, rhythmic cadence. The gentle lapping of waves against a peaceful shore. It was the sound of a world that had not been ripped apart. A world that had no knowledge of the abattoir this cave had become. The normalcy of it was a special kind of madness. When I finally dared to open my eyes, the cave was nearly empty of water. A few deep pools remained, their surfaces as still and black as glass. The entrance was once again a pale gray opening onto a sunlit beach. It looked placid, inviting. A lie. My body screamed in protest as I forced my stiff limbs to move. Climbing down was harder than climbing up. My strength was gone, replaced by a trembling weakness. My foot sipped on the slick rock, and I fell the last few feet, landing hard on the damp, uneven floor. The impact sent a jolt of pain through my ankle, but I barely registered it. I was on the ground. I was on the same level where it had happened. I forced myself to my feet, using my flashlight, which, by some miracle, still worked, to scan the small, enclosed space. The cave was empty. Utterly, impossibly empty. There was no sign of the Millers. No bodies, no torn clothing, no blood. Not even Mark's expensive camera. There was no trace of Mr. K, his immaculate black coat, or the living darkness that had surrounded him. The floor of the cave was just wet rock and a few strands of seaweed. It was as if they had never been there at all. As if they had been wiped clean from existence. The absence of evidence was more terrifying than any gruesome scene could have been. It sealed my story in the realm of the unbelievable. It made me the sole witness to an event that, according to the physical world, had never occurred. A new wave of panic, this one born of frantic desperation, propelled me forward. I stumbled out of the cave's mouth, collapsing onto the stony beach. The bright sunlight was a physical blow, blinding me after the hours spent in the gloom. I scrambled to my feet and began to run a clumsy, limping gait, back the way we had come. Every shadow cast by the towering cliffs seemed to stretch towards me like a grasping hand. Every gust of wind whistling through the pines sounded like the beginning of that guttural chant. I didn't look back. I was certain that if I did, I would see Mr. K standing at the entrance to the cave, his light-absorbing eyes watching me go. I don't remember much about the journey back to the ranger station. It's a blur of pain, fear, and exhaustion. I know I fell multiple times, my hands and knees already scraped raw from the climb. I remember the concerned faces of a family of tourists as I burst from the trail, a babbling, wild-eyed mess. By the time I stumbled through the door of the station, I was barely coherent. I collapsed in front of the main desk, gasping out a fragmented story about a rogue wave, a cave, the Millers, a man in a black coat. The on-duty ranger, a kind, older woman named Brenda, immediately called for paramedics and the head ranger. The hours that followed were a disorienting nightmare of questions, blankets, and concerned, pitying looks. I told my story over and over again, to my boss, to the park's law enforcement rangers, and later, to stern-faced men from the state police. I told them about the impossible tide, the chant, Mr. K's words. I told them about the screams and the tearing sounds. With every repetition, the story sounded more unhinged, even to my own ears. They listened patiently, their faces professional masks of empathy, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They launched a massive search and rescue operation. Helicopters buzzed over the coastline, boats with sonar equipment scanned the ocean floor, and teams of rangers and volunteers scoured the shoreline and the woods. They found nothing. They interviewed the staff at the hotel where the Millers and Mr. K had been staying. The Millers were well documented, a cheerful couple from Ohio on their 10th anniversary trip. But Mr. K was a ghost. He had paid for his room in cash, using a name that turned out to be an alias. The address he provided was a vacant lot in Delaware. The hotel's security cameras had mysteriously malfunctioned during his check-in and check-out. He had, for all intents and purposes, never existed. The official conclusion was filed a week later. Mark and Sarah Miller, along with an unidentified male companion, were tragically swept away by a rogue wave, a rare but documented coastal phenomenon. I was the sole survivor, suffering from severe shock and trauma-induced psychosis. My account of the events was deemed unreliable, a product of a mind fractured by grief and a near-death experience. They put me on indefinite administrative leave. They suggested grief counseling. They told me to rest, to recover, to try and forget the hallucinations I'd experienced. They thought I was crazy. For a while, huddled in the sterile quiet of my park, assigned housing, I started to believe them. Maybe it was a hallucination. Maybe the breakup, the stress, the isolation. Maybe it had all finally broken something in my mind. Maybe I had just imagined Mr. K, the chant, the impossible, hungry darkness. It was an easier explanation to live with. But I couldn't forget the feeling of his cold hand. I couldn't forget the sound of his layered voice. And I couldn't forget the tearing sound. I left Acadia. I couldn't stand the sight of the ocean, the smell of the salt, the way the fog rolled in and blurred the lines between the real and the unreal. I took what little savings I had and rented a small, isolated cabin deep in the woods of western Maine, hundreds of miles from the coast. I thought that, if I could get far enough away from the Devil's Oven, I could escape its memory. I'm writing this by the light of a single lamp, the deep woods pressing in on all sides of my little cabin. For the first few weeks, there was peace. There was only the sound of the wind in the pines and the cry of a distant loon. But then, about a week ago, I started to hear it. It's faint, so faint that at first I thought it was just the wind or the hum of the refrigerator. But it's there. A low, guttural murmur, carried on the night air. It's the same chant I heard in the cave. It's the sound that opened the door. They think I'm crazy. They think the story is over. But I know the truth. I wasn't the sole survivor. I was the one that got away. An appetizer that escaped the table. And the old ones are still hungry. Every night, the chanting gets a little louder. A little closer. My name is Sarah Jenkins. I am, for all intents and purposes, an ordinary woman. At 64 years old, my life is a quiet collection of days, measured by the Dewey Decimal System and the gentle rustle of turning pages. I am a librarian in Knoxville, a wife to a good man, a mother to a daughter who now has children of her own. My world is one of order, of facts filed away in their proper places. But there is one memory, one truth that I have never cataloged, never spoken aloud. It exists in a dark, unvisited corner of my mind, a story that has festered in silence for nearly 50 years. Now, with the autumn leaves beginning to turn outside my window, the same color as they were then, I feel an overwhelming compulsion to finally give it voice. For what is a story if not a ghost? And what is a ghost if not a story that needs to be told? It was October 8, 1976. The world felt different then. Or perhaps it was just that I was different. I was 16, a junior in high school, and my life was a whirlwind of academic anxiety, and social awkwardness. I was a quiet girl, the type to find comfort in the background, observing rather than participating. That day, our entire grade was on a mandatory field trip to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. A journey to the highest point, Clingman's Dome. I remember the rumbling of the yellow school bus as it groaned up the winding mountain roads, the air growing thinner and crisper with every mile. Outside the smudged windows, the landscape was a breathtaking spectacle of raw, untamed beauty. The autumn leaves were not merely red and gold. They were a furious, burning fire consuming the hillsides, a vibrant, almost violent display of color against the deep green of the pines and the cold gray of ancient stone. Among the boisterous, chattering students was a girl named Trenny Gibson. To a girl like me, Trenny was a creature from another world. She wasn't just pretty. She radiated a kind of effortless vitality that drew people to her like moths to a flame. She was the sun around which our small high school universe seemed to orbit. Her laughter was loud and genuine, and she moved with a confidence I could only dream of. Her most striking feature was her hair. It was long, thick, and the color of rich chestnut, falling in a heavy, shining curtain almost to her waist. She was immensely proud of it, and she was never without her favorite comb, a simple, tortoise-shell thing she used to smooth and detangle it throughout the day. I remember seeing her on the bus, framed by the window, the morning sun catching the highlights in her hair, and thinking she looked like something out of a painting. Our destination was Andrews Bald, a scenic meadow reached by a moderately strenuous trail. The hike there was filled with the usual teenage antics, shouting laughter, and the occasional complaint. The air was electric with the energy of youth, a stark contrast to the solemn, ancient presence of the mountains themselves. The trail was crowded, not just with our large school group, but with other hikers, families, and tourists all eager to witness the autumn splendor. Our teachers tried to keep us together, but the sheer number of us meant our group inevitably stretched out along the path like a long, disjointed snake. It was on the return journey that the fabric of my world began to unravel. The initial excitement had worn off, replaced by a comfortable wariness. I found myself walking alone, trailing some distance behind the main cluster of students. Ahead of me, maybe 20 yards or so, was Trenny and a small group of her friends. Their laughter drifted back to me on the cool breeze, a sound so normal, so full of life, that it chills me to the bone to remember it now. I saw Trenny slow her pace, her attention caught by something on the side of the trail. It was a woman sitting alone on a large, moss-covered log. From a distance, she looked like anyone's grandmother. She was hunched and seemed frail, wrapped in a faded quilt-like shawl despite the mild afternoon. Her face was a roadmap of deep wrinkles, but she had a smile that seemed, at first glance, to be gentle and kind. I saw her beckon to Trenny, her hand gesturing towards Trenny's magnificent hair. I was too far away to hear the exact words, but their meaning was clear. The old woman was admiring her hair. It was a common occurrence. People often complimented Trenny on it. I saw Trenny smile, a little shyly, and touch a strand of it herself. I kept walking, closing the distance, assuming it was just a friendly, fleeting interaction, the kind of pleasantry often exchanged between strangers on a hiking trail. As I drew closer, the conversation became audible, snippets of it reaching me through the rustling leaves. The old woman's voice was thin and raspy, like the sound of dry leaves skittering across pavement. "Never seen such a color," she was saying. "The sun itself is caught in it." Trenny beamed at the compliment. Then I saw the old woman reach out a hand, as if to touch a lock of the beautiful hair. It was a slow, deliberate movement, and in that moment, the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy of trees fell directly upon her hand. Specifically, upon her right index finger. My breath caught in my throat. My forward momentum ceased. It wasn't a finger. The thought was immediate, instinctual, and utterly terrifying. Where a normal finger of flesh and bone should have been, there was something else. It was long, unnaturally thin, and tapered to a wicked, sharp point. It was made of a material that was deep, flat black, like a shard of obsidian or a sliver of polished, non-reflective stone. It didn't reflect the light. It seemed to drink it, to swallow it whole. It was a sliver of pure darkness attached to her hand, a fist of ice clenched in my stomach. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. The friendly chatter, the chirping of birds, the scent of pine and damp earth, it all faded into a dull, roaring background hum. My brain simply could not process the visual information. It was a grotesque violation of reality, so deeply and fundamentally wrong that I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. This was not a prosthesis. This was not a strange piece of jewelry. It was a part of her, an appendage of stone. The woman murmured something else to Trenny, her kind smile never wavering, a grotesque mask that didn't match the horror of her hand. And Trenny, completely oblivious, still smiling from the praise, did something that I will see in my nightmares until the day I die. She reached into her back pocket, pulled out her treasured comm, and handed it to the old woman. The woman took the comm with her normal, fleshy left hand. With her right hand, the one with the stone finger, she gestured not back towards the main trail, but down a small, barely, their side path. It was little more than a deer track, vanishing quickly into a dark, thick grove of rhododendron and shadow. She was pointing, offering a secret, a shortcut, a special view. Trenny glanced back over her shoulder. A fleeting look in the direction of her friends, who were now much further down the trail, their laughter already a faint echo. She hesitated for only a second. Then she gave the old woman a final, trusting smile, turned, and followed her down the unmarked path and into the woods. I stood there, frozen, my hiking boots feeling as if they had grown roots into the very mountain itself. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, so loud I was sure the whole world could hear it. A scream was building in my lungs, a raw, primal sound of terror. I should have let it out. I should have screamed for Trenny, for the teachers, for anyone. I should have run after her, tackled her, dragged her back to the safety of the known world. But I was 16. And I was paralyzed by a fear so absolute, so ancient and profound, that it felt like it emanated from the stones and the trees. A power that belonged to the mountains themselves. It was a fear that whispered that what I had seen was impossible, and to acknowledge the impossible was a madness from which there would be no return. So I did nothing. I turned, my movements stiff and robotic, and I hurried to catch up with the rest of the group, my mind a frantic chorus of denial. I imagined it. It was a trick of the light. It was a shadow. I'm just tired. I forced my legs to move, to carry me away from that spot, away from the dark path, and back to the comforting noise and ignorance of my classmates. I buried the image of the stone finger deep, deep down, and pretended it never existed. Rejoining the group was like surfacing from a deep, cold body of water. The sound of the world rushed back in. The laughter of my classmates, the scuff of hiking boots on the trail, a teacher calling out to hurry up. The normalcy of it was jarring, a physical blow. I fell into step behind a group of boys who were arguing about a football game, their voices loud and carefree. I felt like a spy, a foreign agent who had just witnessed an atrocity and was now trying to blend in with the civilian population. Every beat of my heart was a frantic message of danger, wrong, unnatural. But on the outside, I was just another tired teenager on a field trip. The lie had begun, not with my voice, but with my feet, with every step I took away from that dark side path. My mind was a chaotic storm of denial and terror. It was a trick of the light, a shadow. The sun was in my eyes. I clung to these rationalizations like a drowning person to a piece of driftwood. But the image was seared onto the back of my eyelids, a long, thin, sharp finger of black stone. It was a truth so monstrous that my 16-year-old mind couldn't hold it. So I pushed it down, burying it under a thick layer of thing normalcy. I even managed a weak smile when a friend, Jenny, asked me if I was okay, telling her I was just tired from the hike. The ease with which the lie came to my lips frightened me almost as much as what I had seen. We reached the parking lot at the foot of the trail leading to the Klingman's Dome Tower. The air was cooler here, and the sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, casting long, eerie shadows that stretched like grasping fingers across the asphalt. The mood was light, celebratory. The field trip was almost over. People were piling back onto the buses, eager for the ride home, for dinner, for the comfortable routines of their lives. I found my assigned seat, sinking into the worn vinyl. The familiar squeak of the suspension, a comforting sound from a world that still made sense. It was Mr. Albright, our history teacher, who first noticed. He stood at the front of our bus with a clipboard, his pen ticking down the list of names. "All right, settle down, folks," he said, his voice booming. He went through the names, each one answered with a "hair" or a "yo" from the back. Then he paused. He scanned the bus, his brow furrowed. Trenny Gibson." Silence. He called her name again, louder this time. "Has anyone seen Trenny Gibson?" A ripple of chatter went through the bus. Heads turned, looking around. Her friends, sitting a few rows ahead of me, started looking at each other. She was right behind us. One of them said, a note of confusion in her voice. "I thought she got on the other bus." A cold dray, heavy and suffocating, began to settle over me. I felt my blood run cold. This was it. This was the moment the world would discover the tear in its fabric, the one I had witnessed and walked away from. Mr. Albright got off the bus and conferred with the teachers on the other one. The minutes stretched into an eternity. The casual chatter died down, replaced by an uneasy quiet. We could see the teachers walking around the parking lot, their faces growing more concerned with each passing second. They started calling her name, their voices echoing slightly in the vast emptiness of the mountains. "Trenny! Trenny Gibson." The sound was a hollow mockery. I knew she couldn't hear them. I knew she was somewhere else, somewhere that their voices could not reach. The image of the dark, unmarked path flashed in my mind. The old woman's kind, false smile. The glint of something that was not a finger. I felt a tremor start in my hands, and I clenched them into fists, digging my nails into my palms to stop it. It didn't take long for concern to escalate into full-blown panic. A park ranger was summoned, his truck pulling up with a quiet efficiency that was somehow more alarming than sirens would have been. We were all told to get off the buses and wait by the visitor center. The sun had sunk below the tree line now, and the vibrant autumn colors were muted into shades of gray and purple. The temperature was dropping fast. The questions began. The ranger, a tall man with a grim face and kind eyes, spoke to us in small groups. He wanted to know when we had last seen her, where we were on the trail, who she was with. When he got to me, my heart felt like it was going to beat its way out of my chest. I saw her on the trail, I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. On the way back, she was ahead of me. Was she with anyone? The ranger asked, his gaze steady. This was my chance. My one chance to tell the truth, to describe the old woman, the stone finger, the wrongness of it all. The words were right there, at the tip of my tongue. But what would I say? I saw her walk into the woods with a witch from a fairy tale. They would think I was crazy. They would think I was lying for attention. The fear of their disbelief was a powerful, silencing force. And beneath it, a deeper, more primal fear. The fear of the thing itself. To speak of it felt like naming it, and to name it felt like inviting its attention. She was with her friends. I lied. Then, I guess I just walked past them. I hated myself for the words, for the cowardice they represented. The ranger nodded, made a note on his pad, and moved on. My secret was safe, and Trenny was still lost. The search began in earnest. More rangers arrived. Search and rescue volunteers with bright orange vests, and determined faces started assembling, their radios crackling with clipped, professional chatter. They brought dogs, beautiful German shepherds, that whined with eagerness, their handlers letting them sniff a sweater that had been left on the bus. We were finally sent home, our bus a silent, somber vessel traveling through the darkness. The empty seat, where Trenny had sat that morning, was a gaping wound. The next few days were a blur of surreal horror. School was open, but nobody was learning. The disappearance was all anyone could talk about. Trenny's smiling face was on the local news every night, her parents pleading for any information. Hundreds of volunteers, a small army of ordinary people, had descended on the park to calm the woods. They searched every trail, every gully, every thicket. Helicopters chopped the air overhead, their searchlights cutting through the trees at night. I watched it all on TV, a spectator to a tragedy I had helped set in motion. Every time the news anchor said, "No trace has been found," a fresh wave of guilt washed over me. They were looking for footprints, for a scrap of her brown plaid jacket, for a sign of a struggle. They were operating in a world of logic and evidence. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my soul, that they would find none of those things. The entity I saw was not of that world. Then, about a week into the search, came the news that shattered the last of my desperate hope that I had imagined it all. They found her calm. A hiker. Someone who hadn't even been part of the initial search found it lying on the side of the Forney Ridge Trail, miles away from Andrews Ball, in a completely different section of the park. It was her tortoiseshell calm. Her friends and family identified it immediately. To the investigators, it was a baffling, tragic clue. It suggested she had become disoriented, had wandered an impossible distance, lost and alone. But to me, it was a message. It was a piece of calculated, malevolent stagecraft. The creature had taken her from one place and deliberately planted her most personal possession in another. sending the searchers on a wild goose chase, mocking their efforts. It was a display of power, a confirmation that Trenny hadn't just gotten lost in the woods. She had been taken by something that could bend the rules of reality, something ancient and patient and utterly without mercy. And I, Sarah Jenkins, was the only person on earth who knew it. I had seen the shepherd, and I had watched it lead the lamb from the flock, and I had said nothing. The search for Trenny Gibson officially ended after a few weeks, but for our town, and for me, it never really stopped. It became a permanent fixture in our collective memory, a cautionary tale told to children, a local tragedy that people would whisper about for years. The official conclusion was that she had gotten lost, succumbed to the elements. A sad, but simple explanation. It was a story that allowed people to sleep at night, to believe that the world was still a place governed by logic and reason. I let them have their story. I, however, had to live with mine. The years that followed were defined by the weight of my silence. Guilt is a strange and patient companion. In the beginning, it was a sharp, stabbing pain that kept me awake at night, replaying the scene over and over. Trenny's trusting smile, the dark path, the glint of stone. I had nightmares for years, dreams where I was the one following the old woman, her stone finger tracing a path down my spine. I became withdrawn, even more so than before. I avoided the mountains, the very sight of them on the horizon filling me with a deep, visceral dread. My parents worried, sent me to counselors who spoke of trauma and adolescent anxiety. I nodded and said all the right things, but I could never tell them the truth. How do you explain that you are haunted not by what happened, but by what you allowed to happen? I graduated, went to college, and chose the quietest, most orderly profession I could think of. I became a librarian. It was a sanctuary. In the hushed aisles of the library, surrounded by books, the chaos of the world seemed to be held at bay. Here, everything had its place, every story had a beginning, a middle, and an end. It was the antithesis of my own unresolved narrative. But even here, in my refuge of paper and ink, the shadow of that day followed me. My secret knowledge became a secret obsession. I began to read, not for pleasure or for work, but with a desperate, consuming purpose. I started with books about missing persons cases in national parks, devouring stories of hikers who vanished without a trace. The patterns were chillingly familiar. Experienced woodsmen disappearing from trod paths, children vanishing in the blink of an eye. The utter lack of evidence left behind. The official reports were always unsatisfying, filled with words like disoriented and misadventure. But I knew better. I saw the hand of something else at work in those stories. From there, my search led me deeper into the folklore and mythology of the Appalachian region. I spent countless hours in dusty archives, poring over collections of oral histories and anthropological studies. I learned that the mountains were not just rock and trees. They were a place steeped in ancient beliefs, a world of spirits and portents that existed long before the first European settlers arrived. And it was there, in a slim, forgotten volume of Cherokee legends, that I finally found her. I remember the moment with perfect clarity. It was a rainy Tuesday afternoon. The library was nearly empty. The book had a plain, unassuming cover. I almost passed it by. I opened it to a chapter on malevolent spirits, and my eyes fell upon a name Otlunta. My blood ran cold. I had to read the name several times before my mind could accept it. Beneath it, in parentheses, was the translation Spearfinger. I read on, my hands trembling so badly I could barely hold the book steady. The legend described a shape-shifting witch, a creature that could appear as a family member or a kindly old woman. It told of how she would lure her victims, most often children, away from the safety of their homes or villages. The story said she had a stone finger, a single, sharp finger made of solid rock, like an awl or the tip of a spear, which she used to pierce the livers of her victims, her favorite food. The legend stated that this stone finger was the one part of her she could not disguise. It was her tell, her true nature hidden in plain sight, visible only to those who knew what to look for, or to those unlucky enough to see it by accident. I slammed the book shut, a gasp escaping my lips. The sound was unnaturally loud in the silent library. It was all there. A story passed down for centuries that described with terrifying precision the thing I had seen on the trail. The kindly grandmother, the luring of the young person, and the stone finger. It wasn't a product of my imagination. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was real. It had a name. Finding the legend of Spearfinger did not absolve me of my guilt. Nothing ever could. I still let Trenny walk away with that creature. But the knowledge did something else. It shifted the foundation of my fear. I was no longer just a coward who had failed to act. I was a child who had come face to face with a being from a world outside of human understanding, a primordial evil that had haunted those mountains since time began. My paralysis was not just fear, it was the instinctual, animal terror of prey in the presence of an apex predator, a recognition that I was utterly, hopelessly outmatched. I have lived my life since then. I fell in love, married, raised a daughter. I have found joy and contentment in the small, ordinary moments of a quiet life. But the shadow of the stone finger has never truly left me. It is there in the back of my mind when I see a news report about a missing hiker. It is there in the flicker of unease I feel when I am alone in the woods. It is there in the profound sadness that washes over me every autumn when the leaves turn to fire on the hillsides. I have never returned to Klingman's Dome. I never will. I know what lives in those ancient, beautiful mountains. I know the secrets they keep. The world is full of stories, and most of them are safely bound in books on my library shelves. But some stories are alive. They walk among us, wearing kind faces, and they hunger. I am telling this now not because I seek forgiveness or understanding. I am telling it because Trenny Gibson deserves to have her true story told. She didn't just get lost. She was taken. And I was the one who saw the shepherd. And I stood by and watched the wolf lead the lamb into the darkness. I live with that. I live with that every single day. My name is Marcus Thorne. To the academic world, I am a historical consultant, a man whose professional life is dedicated to the meticulous verification of facts for museums and esteemed publications. It is a respectable, if somewhat dry, profession that affords me a comfortable living and the intellectual satisfaction of a puzzle well solved. Privately, however, I pursue a more esoteric passion. I am what some might generously call a serious amateur historian, though I prefer the term historical phenomenologist. My focus is not just on the documented events of the past, but on the echoes they leave behind, the imprints of intense human experience on a physical location. My research has taken me from the desolate, windswept trails of national parks, where people have vanished without a trace, to the dust, choked attics of forgotten colonial manors. But for a student of the American Civil War, one location stands alone as the ultimate confluence of history and horror. Antietam's Bloody Lane. The Civil War is my particular obsession. It was a conflict that tore a nation apart, a maelstrom of ideology and violence that resulted in a scale of death previously unimaginable on American soil. My library is not filled with dusty romance novels, but with leather-bound regimental histories, first-hand accounts from soldiers, and tactical maps detailing troop movements with chilling precision. I own authentic artifacts: a tarnished brass button from a Union uniform, a soldier's tin cup, a letter written home man who would die at Gettysburg. All acquired through reputable channels, of course. I am a man of evidence and reason. I believe in what can be documented, measured, and verified. It is this very rationalism that drew me to the legends of Bloody Lane. For those unfamiliar, it is a sunken farm road in the heart of the Antietam battlefield. On September 17, 1862, this unassuming lane became a fortress and a tomb for a division of Confederate soldiers. For nearly 4 hours, they held the line against repeated Union assaults, turning the road into a horrifying kill zone. When the position was finally overrun, the bodies were piled so deep, 2, 3, sometimes 4 men thick, that one could walk the length of the road without their feet touching the ground. The sheer concentration of suffering and violent death in that narrow channel of earth is almost incomprehensible. Naturally, such a place breeds ghost stories. They are the weeds that grow in blood-soaked soil. I had read them all, cataloging them with the same dispassionate interest I would a battlefield report. There were the common tropes, disembodied whispers of Johnny Reb, carried on the wind, sudden and inexplicable cold spots, even on the warmest days. The feeling of being watched from the high earthen banks. Then there were the more elaborate tales. Park rangers who heard phantom fife and drum music. Reenactors who swore they felt unseen hands push them, or heard the metallic click of a rifle hammer being cocked right behind them. The most famous account, of course, was from a ghost hunter who claimed a spectral soldier, his face a mask of agony, had materialized before him and handed him 3 authentic lead cartridges from 1862 before vanishing. I dismissed most of it as bunk, the product of overactive imaginations, confirmation bias, and the very real psychological weight of standing in a place of such profound tragedy. A spooky place makes people suggestible. They want to experience something, so they do. But the historian in me, the phenomenologist, couldn't let it go. The stories were too persistent, too numerous. If an event leaves an echo, then the symphony of death at Bloody Lane must have left an entire orchestra. I needed to experience it for myself, but not on some commercial ghost tour with chattering tourists and guides telling practiced spiels. I needed to be there alone, in the dark, with the silence. I needed to strip away the performance and see if anything of substance remained. The planning took weeks. I chose a night in late September, close to the anniversary of the battle, under the shroud of a new moon. I reasoned that the absence of moonlight would minimize visual contamination and heighten any other sensory phenomena. My kit was assembled with scientific, not superstitious intent. A state of the art digital audio recorder with a sensitive condenser microphone designed to capture even the faintest electronic voice phenomena, or EVP. A thermal imaging camera, not to see ghosts, but to objectively document any temperature fluctuations. A high-powered flashlight with a focused beam, a backup, and fresh batteries for both. a compass, a notebook and pen. This was an expedition, not a séance. The drive to Sharpsburg, Maryland, was filled with a quiet, academic anticipation. I spent the hours listening to an audiobook, a detailed tactical analysis of the Battle of Antietam. As I drove through the rolling hills, past historic farmhouses and stone bridges, the weight of the past felt palpable, a low hum beneath the surface of the modern world. The park closed at dusk, as all national battlefields do. I found a discreet parking spot on a side road, hidden by a copse of trees, and waited. The minutes ticked by, each one stretching longer than the last. The sky blurred from orange to purple to an inky, star-pricked black. Around 11 p.m., I decided it was time. Leaving my car, I felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The air grew still and heavy. The mundane sounds of the night, the distant hum of traffic, the chirping of crickets, seemed to fade away, replaced by a profound quiet. With my small pack secured on my back, I made my way to the park's perimeter. The old wooden fence was more symbolic than a real barrier. Hopping it felt like a transgression, not just of park rules, but of some unspoken boundary between the living and the dead. I was now on hallowed ground, an intruder in a vast, silent cemetery. I walked through the fields, my path lit only by the faint glow of my phone's map, navigating toward the landmark labeled Sunken Road. The grass was damp with dew, and the air carried the clean, earthy smell of the countryside. It was peaceful, almost serene. My skepticism began to reassert itself. This was just a field. That was just a road. The stories were just stories. Then I saw it. It wasn't dramatic, just a dark depression in the landscape, a long, straight scar in the earth. As I drew closer, the banks on either side rose up, creating a narrow, claustrophobic corridor. I descended the gentle slope into the lane itself, and the temperature instantly dropped. I paused, pulling out the thermal camera. The screen showed the ground and the earthen walls glowing a faint, cool blue. The temperature change was real, likely due to the sunken geography trapping the cooler night air. A rational explanation. I felt a prickle of smug satisfaction. I found a spot near the center of the lane, where the fighting was said to have been the most intense. I sat down, my back resting against the cool, damp dirt of the bank, where thousands of Confederates had made their last stand. The silence was the first thing that truly got to me. It wasn't natural. It was a heavy, oppressive silence, like the air itself was holding its breath, thick with unspoken history. It pressed in on my ears, a physical weight. I set up my equipment methodically. The audio recorder was placed on a small, flat stone, its microphone aimed down the length of the dark road. I powered on the thermal camera, scanning the lane from end to end. Nothing. Just the slow, steady cooling of the earth. For an hour, I sat in that profound, suffocating silence. I did nothing but listen and watch. The world seemed to have ceased to exist outside the confines of that earthen trench. There were no whispers, no cold spots beyond the initial, explainable drop in temperature. There were no phantom soldiers. I began to feel vindicated, almost disappointed. I started mentally composing the blog post I would write, a thorough and logical debunking of the Bloody Lane myths. The title would be something like A Quiet Night on the Line. And then I smelled it. It was faint at first, easily dismissed. A sharp, metallic tang on the air, like a broken copper wire. I thought it might be some mineral in the soil, disturbed by my presence. But it didn't fade. It grew slowly, insidiously. It became thicker, more organic. It was the scent of old pennies and rust, but with a sickeningly sweet undertone. My mind, the rational historian's mind, raced for an explanation. A dead animal nearby, a strange fungus, but I knew, with a primal certainty that bypassed all logic, what it was. It was the smell of blood. Not a few drops, but gallons. The overwhelming, throat-coating stench of a slaughterhouse, multiplied by 1,000. Rising from the very soil beneath me, as if the earth itself was bleeding out its memory. The stench was a physical assault. It was not merely an odor, but a tangible presence that clogged my sinuses and coated the back of my throat with a thick, coppery film. My stomach heaved violently, and I doubled over, gagging, spitting bile onto the historic soil. My eyes streamed, not from emotion, but from the sheer caustic intensity of the smell. It was the smell of life being spilled, of iron, rich blood oxidizing in the open air, of countless ruptured organs releasing their foul contents. It was the smell of death on an industrial scale, and it was emanating from the very ground I sat upon, as if the lane itself were a long, open wound. My carefully constructed skepticism, my entire rational worldview, began to fracture under the olfactory onslaught. This wasn't a hallucination. A mind cannot conjure a smell so complex, so viscerally real. My first instinct, even as panic began its icy crawl up my spine, was to document. I scrambled for the thermal camera, my hands shaking. I needed objective data, a reading, something to prove I wasn't losing my mind. The screen was black. Not off, but a dead, featureless black. The power indicator light was dark. I pressed the button again and again, my thumb jamming it into the casing. Nothing. I turned to the audio recorder, my beacon of scientific hope. Its small LCD screen was also blank. The red recording light was extinguished. Both devices, with fresh batteries, and tested just hours before, were completely inert. It was as if an electromagnetic pulse had swept through this narrow corridor of Earth, an EMP that targeted only modern technology. The silence I had been studying was no longer passive. It had become hostile, actively rejecting my attempts to measure it. Then came the sounds. It did not begin with whispers, the cliché of every ghost story. It was far more mechanical, more brutal. A low, rhythmic shink, shink, shink. It was a grating, metallic sound, like a shovel striking rock, but with a wet, tearing quality to it. It took my historian's mind a moment to place it, to dredge the sound from the pages of 1,000 accounts. It was the sound of bayonets. Not the clean sound of drill practice, but the hideous, wrenching noise of sharpened steel being driven through layers of wool, cotton, flesh, and bone, and then being violently pulled free. The sound repeated, over and over, from different points all around me in the darkness, a symphony of methodical butchery. Underneath it, a new layer of sound began to build. A low, guttural chorus of moans. It wasn't the sound of one man in pain, but of thousands. A vast, collective exhalation of agony that seemed to rise from the soil and hang in the thick, blood-scented air. It was a sound of profound, hopeless suffering punctuated by wet, gurgling coughs and high, pitched screams that were cut brutally short. My rational mind tried to fight back, to impose order on the chaos. Auditory pareidolia, it screamed. The wind whistling through the trees, my own heightened senses playing tricks on me. But there was no wind. The air was unnaturally still, heavy and stagnant as a tomb. Panic finally won. My carefully maintained composure shattered into a million pieces. I had to get out. I fumbled in my pack for my flashlight, my fingers clumsy and slick with cold sweat. I found the switch and flicked it on. A pathetic, watery yellow beam cut a feeble circle in the oppressive darkness, extending no more than 3 feet, before being swallowed whole. It illuminated nothing but the damp, dark soil at my feet. I shook it, slapped it against my palm, a primitive, desperate act. The beam flickered, dimmed, and died, leaving me in absolute blackness. I was alone, unarmed, my technology useless, blind in a place that was coming alive with the sounds of its own death. I scrambled to my feet, a raw cry of terror catching in my throat. I had to run. I didn't care which way, only away from the epicenter of this auditory nightmare. But my legs wouldn't obey. They felt heavy, rooted to the spot as if caught in thick, invisible mud. I tried to take a step and stumbled, not over a rock or a root, but over something soft that yielded under my boot. And then I felt it, a pressure against my back. It wasn't a push or a shove. It was a dead weight, a heavy, boneless slump, as if someone had collapsed against me. I flinched away, crying out, but there was nothing there to see. Then I felt another pressure, this time against my right side, a solid, warm weight leaning into me. Another slumped against my left leg. My mind reeled, refusing to process the sensory information. I wasn't just hearing the ghosts of Bloody Lane. I was in the lane with them. The historical accounts flooded my brain, no longer academic facts, but a horrifying, emergent reality. The bodies were piled so deep, 3, sometimes 4 men thick. I wasn't seeing phantoms. I was at the bottom of the pile. The phantom weight became an unbearable, crushing force. I could feel the distinct impression of countless corpses pressing in on me from all sides, their spectral mass as real as stone. I felt the soaked wetness of their wounds seeping through my clothes, a phantom dampness that was both chillingly cold and feverishly hot. I could smell them now, not just the blood, but the acrid tang of gunpowder, the sour stench of unwashed bodies, the final, full release of their bowels in death. A phantom arm, its sleeve rough with wool, was draped across my shoulder. The stubble of a dead man's beard brushed against my cheek. I felt the final, shuddering breaths of dying men against my skin, their last, rattling gasps whispering directly into my ear. I couldn't breathe. The air was being squeezed from my lungs, not by a lack of oxygen, but by the sheer, immense pressure of the dead. I was being crushed and suffocated by the memory of the massacre. The sounds were no longer around me, they were inside my head. The roar of thousands of muskets firing as one, the splintering of wood and bone, the rebel yell, and the Union cheers, the screams of the wounded and the gurgling moans of the dying. It was a deafening, inescapable cacophony. My identity as Marcus Thorne, historical consultant, a man of the 21st century, was being erased, ground down under the immense, terrifying weight of a single moment in 1862. I opened my mouth and screamed, a raw, ragged sound of pure, animal terror that was instantly swallowed by the din of the battle raging in my ears. Just one more voice added to the chorus of the damned. I don't know how I got out. There was no conscious decision to run, no tactical retreat formulated by the logical mind of Marcus Thorne. That man was gone, buried and suffocating under a mountain of ghosts. What moved was the animal, the primal core of a creature fighting against being crushed, clawing its way toward air and life. My limbs moved of their own accord, a convulsive, thrashing explosion of pure survival instinct. The immense pressure lessened for a fraction of a second. Perhaps a gap in the spectral pile, a momentary lull in the psychic onslaught, and it was enough. I surged upward, not standing, but scrambling on hands and knees, my fingers digging into the blood-soaked soil. The world was a meaningless vortex of terror. I wasn't climbing the earthen bank of a sunken road. I was clawing my way up a wall of wet, screaming flesh. The sounds of the battle still raged in my skull, a physical concussion that shook my teeth. The gurgling moans and sharp, tearing sounds were my only compass. I moved away from their source, scrambling blindly into the suffocating darkness. Thorns and brambles on the upper bank tore at my clothes and skin, ripping long, bloody furrows across my arms and face. I welcomed the pain. It was real. It was present tense. It was a lifeline to my own body, a sharp, clean sensation that cut through the phantom dampness and crushing weight of the dead. I burst from the lane and fell forward into an open field, sprawling onto the dew-soaked grass. I lay there, gasping, my lungs burning as if I'd been underwater for an hour. The air was clean. The thick, coppery stench of blood was gone, replaced by the cool, earthy smell of the night. The silence returned, but it was different now. It was no longer an oppressive, heavy presence. It was just an absence of sound, a gentle, welcome emptiness. I pushed myself up and looked back. The sunken road was just a dark line in the landscape, a silent, sleeping scar. There were no sounds, no smells, no pressure. It was just a place. The sudden, total cessation of the phenomena was almost as terrifying as its onset. It was as if a switch had been flipped, a door slammed shut, leaving me alone on the wrong side. My legs finally found their strength, fueled by a new wave of adrenaline. I ran. It was a blind, staggering flight through the darkened fields of Antietam. I didn't know where my car was. I didn't care. I just ran away from that haunted hollow in the earth, my breath tearing in ragged sobs. The moonless sky offered no guidance. I stumbled through unseen divots in the ground, my ankles twisting, my body screaming with exhaustion and pain. The phantoms were gone, but their memory clung to me, a cold film on my skin. I could still feel the dead weight on my back, the phantom dampness of wounds seeping into my shirt. Eventually, my frantic escape led me to the cold, hard certainty of asphalt. I had reached a road. I collapsed onto the gravel shoulder, my body giving out completely. I lay there by the side of the road, shivering uncontrollably, though the night was not particularly cold. The shivering was deep, a tremor that started in my bones, the physical manifestation of a soul that had been shaken to its very foundation. I didn't move for hours. I watched as the black sky softened to a deep indigo, then to a bruised purple, and finally to a pale, hopeful gray. The first rays of dawn crept over the horizon, illuminating the peaceful, rolling landscape of the battlefield. The light felt like a benediction, a cleansing fire that burned away the shadows of the night. In the rational light of day, the terror of the past few hours began to feel distant, unreal, like the fading remnants of a particularly vivid nightmare. When the sun was fully up, casting long shadows across the fields, I finally found the will to move. My body was a mass of aches and deep, throbbing pains. My clothes were torn and stained with mud, and my own blood from the thorns. I looked like a man who had been in a brawl. I followed the road, my steps slow and shuffling, until I recognized a landmark, an old stone bridge, and found my way back to my car. It sat waiting for me, a perfect capsule of mundane reality. Getting in, the familiar smell of leather and stale coffee was the most comforting thing I had ever experienced. The drive back to the hotel was a blur. I operated on autopilot, my mind a hollow-out shell. Back in the sterile anonymity of my hotel room, I locked the door, drew the curtains, and stood under a scalding hot shower for 20 minutes, scrubbing at my skin as if I could wash away the memory of the phantom blood and the touch of the dead. I watched the water swirl down the drain, half expecting it to turn red. When I emerged, wrapped in a towel, I felt a semblance of my old self returning. The historian, the rationalist, began to reassert control. It was a hallucination, it argued. A waking nightmare brought on by exhaustion, suggestion, and the genuinely eerie atmosphere of the place. The equipment failure. A coincidence, a sudden battery drain. The smells, the sounds, the pressure. My mind, primed by the stories I'd read, had simply filled in the blanks with terrifying efficiency. It was all explainable. It had to be. Feeling a fragile sense of calm, I began to empty my pockets onto the hotel desk, a ritual to ground myself in the tangible. My keys, their familiar jingle a small comfort. My wallet, with its plastic cards and crisp bills, a symbol of my orderly life. My phone, its screen dark and lifeless, just like my other gear. I'd have to charge it. My dead flashlight. I was about to sweep it all into a pile when my fingers brushed against something else in the pocket of my jacket. It was small, heavy and dense. I pulled it out and placed it on the polished wood of the desk. It was a lead cartridge. A 58 caliber mini ball, to be precise. The standard ammunition for the Springfield rifle. Musket used by Union soldiers at Antietam. It was grimy, dented from some ancient impact, and coated in a layer of dark, caked earth. It was unmistakably real, a perfect artifact of the period. And it was still slick with something dark, wet, and sticky that wasn't mud. A cold dread, far deeper and more permanent than the panic of the night, settled into my heart. My mind could invent sounds and smells, but it could not invent this. This was an object that had crossed the chasm between then and now. It was the final, irrefutable piece of evidence. The ghost hunter's story, the one I had so smugly dismissed, flashed in my mind. He claimed a phantom had handed him cartridges. I hadn't seen a phantom. I had been buried with them. This small, heavy piece of lead wasn't a gift. It was something I had brought back from the pile. My name is Chloe Davis. In the sterile, fluorescent, lit world of oncology clinics and MRI machines, that name is attached to a file folder thick with bad news. To be precise, it's attached to a diagnosis. Glioblastoma multiforme, grade IV. It's a cruel, aggressive constellation of cells in my brain. A relentless cartographer charting its own territory, in the one place I used to call my own. For the past 2 years, I have been trying to outrun that diagnosis. A death sentence with no chance of parole. The doctors, with their gentle eyes and somber tones, offered timelines and treatments, radiation, chemotherapy, experimental trials. They offered ways to manage the decline. I chose to defy it. Before the diagnosis, my life was a study in comfortable monotony. I worked in graphic design, spending my days manipulating pixels on a screen, creating clean, predictable layouts for corporate clients. My world was one of straight lines, right angles, and carefully chosen color palettes. The most physically demanding part of my day was the walk from the parking garage to my office building. Then, a persistent headache and a sudden seizure at my desk shattered that predictable world into a million sharp, edged pieces. The life I knew was over, replaced by a countdown clock I could feel ticking behind my eyes. So, I started walking. I traded my ergonomic office chair for a 60, leader backpack, and my sensible flats for sturdy hiking boots. I began to push my body to its absolute limits, believing that if I could conquer mountains, I could somehow starve the beast inside my skull. Hiking wasn't a hobby, it was a rebellion. Every steep ascent that left my lungs burning and my muscles screaming was a victory. Every summit that offered a view of an endless, unconquered world was a moment of pure, defiant life. I was trading a slow, managed death in a hospital bed for the raw, untamed possibility of the wilderness. My family thought I was crazy. My friends pleaded with me to be sensible. But they didn't understand. They couldn't feel the tumor as a foreign entity, a squatter in my own consciousness. Out here, on the trail, the pain was mine. The exhaustion was mine. I was the one in control. My last solo trip was planned for Shenandoah National Park, a 5-day, 50-mile loop through the heart of the Blue Ridge Mountains in late autumn. I chose it for the quiet, for the promise of solitude before the winter snows closed the higher elevations. It was there, amidst the fiery spectacle of dying leaves and the crisp, clean air of the mountains, that I would learn the profound and terrifying difference between being alive and being welcomed by the dead. The first 2 days were magnificent. The trail was a carpet of crimson and gold, the air so clear it felt like I could see for 100 miles from every overlook. I felt strong, capable. The rhythmic crunch of my boots on the path, the steady weight of the pack on my shoulders, the simple, focused purpose of putting one foot in front of the other. It was a powerful meditation. It silenced the frantic monologue of what ifs and how longs that usually dominated my thoughts. Out here, there was only the trail, the sky, and the steady beat of my own heart. I was living, not dying. The third day began under a sky the color of slate. The weather forecast had predicted clouds but no rain. I wasn't worried. I'd hiked in worse. I ate my breakfast of oatmeal and instant coffee, packed up my camp, and set out eager to cover the next 10 miles. The trail descended into a deep, shaded hollow, where the air grew still and heavy. The vibrant autumn colors seemed muted here, absorbed by the thick canopy of ancient hemlocks and the moss-covered rocks that littered the forest floor. It happened subtly, a wisp of white drifting through the trees, then another. I dismissed it as morning mist burning off. But it didn't burn off. It thickened, coalescing from stray tendrils into a solid, suffocating blanket of white. The world beyond a 10-foot radius ceased to exist. The trail ahead and the trail behind vanished into an impenetrable wall of gray. The silence was the most unnerving part. The chirping of birds, the rustle of squirrels in the undergrowth, all of it was gone, swallowed by the fog. The only sound was my own breathing, loud and ragged in the oppressive quiet. I checked my compass. The needle, my steadfast guide, my connection to logic and direction, was behaving erratically. It trembled, then spun in a slow, lazy circle, refusing to settle. I tapped the glass, shook it, and held it flat in my palm again. It continued its useless, mocking dance. A cold knot of fear tightened in my stomach. This wasn't right. Compasses don't just fail. Panic is a cold, sharp thing. It hollows you out and leaves you shivering. I fought it down, relying on my training. Trust the trail. Even if you can't see it well, you can feel it under your feet. I walked slowly, cautiously, one hand outstretched, feeling for the familiar packed earth. But the ground became uneven, littered with rocks and roots. Had I stepped off the path? I backtracked, or what I thought was backtracking, but I couldn't find the defined trail again. Every direction looked the same, a ghostly wall of trees emerging and disappearing in the shifting fog. Hours passed. The initial, sharp panic subsided into a dull, gnawing dread. I was lost. Hopelessly, terrifyingly lost. My water was running low, and the exertion of pushing through the dense, wet undergrowth was draining my energy. Dusk began to bleed through the fog, turning the gray world into a bruised purple. The temperature dropped sharply. I knew the danger. Getting lost is one thing. Getting lost at night in the cold is a potential death sentence. And the irony was not lost on me. To have spent 2 years fighting a tumor, only to die of exposure under a tree in Virginia felt like a particularly cruel joke. I was starting to think about which tree I'd die under, my mind numb with exhaustion and dehydration. I stumbled over a root and fell hard, my knee cracking against a rock. I didn't get up. I just lay there on the damp leaves, the fight draining out of me. This was it. This was the end of my rebellion. I closed my eyes, a strange sense of resignation washing over me. That's when I smelled it. Faintly, on the cold, damp air, the scent of wood smoke. My eyes snapped open. It had to be a hallucination, a trick of a dying mind. But it was there, unmistakable. I pushed myself up, ignoring the searing pain in my knee, and staggered in the direction of the smell. I pushed through a final, thick curtain of rhododendron branches and stumbled into a small, unnaturally quiet clearing. And I saw it. There, emerging from the fog like a half-forgotten memory, was a log cabin. It was small and rustic, with a stone chimney from which a thin, gray ribbon of smoke curled lazily into the oppressive sky. It was the Corbin cabin. I recognized it from the park map. A historic structure deep in the park's interior. It was supposed to be locked and secured for the season, a relic for daytime viewing only. But the smoke was real, and the faint, flickering light of a fire danced in its single, small window. Someone was in there. Another hiker, a ranger. It didn't matter. It was shelter. It was salvation. Hope, an emotion I thought I'd lost for good, surged through me as I limped across the clearing toward the door. My leg throbbed with every step, a sharp counterpoint to the surge of adrenaline and relief that propelled me forward. The cabin grew larger, more solid, its rough, hewn logs seeming to absorb the oppressive gray of the fog. The smoke from the chimney was no longer a faint ribbon, but a steady plume, a clear and certain sign of life. My mind, which moments before had been a maelstrom of fear and resignation, now latched onto this single point of hope with ferocious intensity. Someone is here. I am safe. The thought repeated itself like a mantra, a prayer against the encroaching darkness. I reached the door, a simple plank construction with a dark iron latch. My hand trembled as I lifted it, my fingers numb and clumsy with cold. I expected it to be locked. My memory of the park map, studied weeks ago in the comfort of my apartment, insisted that this place was a historical artifact, not a functional shelter. It was to be observed from a distance, a ghost from the past. Yet, when I pushed, the door swung inward with a low, mournful creak that seemed to echo in the profound silence of the clearing. The air that greeted me was a physical thing, a wave of warmth and the rich, earthy scent of burning oak. It washed over me, chasing the deep, biting chill from my bones. I stumbled inside, pulling the heavy door shut behind me, and the suffocating presence of the fog was instantly gone, replaced by a sense of profound and absolute stillness. The room was small, a single square of space dominated by a large stone hearth on the far wall. A fire crackled merrily within it, its flames casting a warm, dancing orange glow on the log walls and the simple, rustic furniture. There was a rough, hewn table with a single chair, a small cot against one wall, and a few iron pots hanging by the fireplace. It was Spartan, but in that moment, it was the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. My eyes, adjusting to the dim light, were drawn to the hearth. There, sitting on the warm stone just to the side of the fire, was a single wooden bowl. Steam, thick and white, was still rising from it, carrying the savory aroma of cooked vegetables and broth. My stomach clenched with a hunger so fierce it was painful. I looked around the small cabin again, expecting to see its occupant, a fellow hiker, perhaps, who had also been caught in the sudden fog and had the good fortune to find this place. Maybe they were out gathering more wood, or had gone to fetch water. Their pack was nowhere to be seen, nor any other sign of their presence, but the evidence was irrefutable. The fire, the stew. I didn't question it. I was too far gone, operating on a primal level of need that overshadowed all logic and caution. To question this miracle felt like an insult to whatever benevolent force had guided me here. I shed my heavy, damp pack, letting it fall to the floor with a thud. I limped to the hearth, my body aching with a profound weariness I had never known. I picked up the wooden bowl. It was warm to the touch, smooth and worn with age. The stew was simple. I could see chunks of potato, carrot, and perhaps parsnip swimming in a thin but fragrant broth. I sat on the floor, my back against the rough logs, and devoured it. I didn't use a spoon. I didn't even look for one. I drank it straight from the bowl, the hot liquid a balm to my frozen core. It was the best thing I had ever tasted. There were no complex spices, no exotic ingredients, just the plain, honest flavor of root vegetables and a deep, nourishing warmth that seemed to spread through my entire body, pushing back the exhaustion and the pain. It was more than just food. It felt like a transference of life itself. With every swallow, the shivering subsided, the frantic edge of my fear softened, and a deep, heavy tranquility settled over me. When the bowl was empty, I set it carefully back on the hearth. The firelight flickered, casting long, dancing shadows that made the small room seem both cozy and vast. My eyelids felt impossibly heavy. The thought of unrolling my sleeping bag, of going through the simple motions of setting up camp, seemed like a monumental task. The floor by the fire was warm. It was enough. I curled up on the rough wooden planks, using my arm as a pillow, and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, the crackle of the fire and the lingering taste of the stew lulling me into oblivion. I woke with a start, my heart hammering against my ribs. The cabin was dark. The fire had burned down to a pile of glowing, red embers that pulsed faintly in the gloom, providing just enough light to see the stark outlines of the room. A profound cold had settled in, a damp, penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the outside air. The warmth of the stew, the life-giving heat of the fire, was gone, replaced by a silence so complete it felt like a weight pressing down on me. Then I heard it. A sound so faint I thought at first I was imagining it. Someone was humming. It was a simple, melodic tune. A lullaby that was both soothing and deeply melancholic. I pushed myself into a sitting position, my eyes straining against the darkness, and I saw her. Standing by the cabin's single small window was a figure. The faint, dying light of the embers and the sliver of pale moonlight filtering through the glassless window gave her form. It was a woman, her silhouette defined against the night. She was wearing a simple, long dress that looked like something from another century, her hair pulled back from her face. My first thought, a sluggish, sleep-fogged notion, was that it was the hiker I'd been expecting, the cabin's mysterious benefactor. I opened my mouth to say thank you, to ask her name, but the words caught in my throat, strangled by a sudden, icy wave of disbelief and terror. I could see the moonlight through her. Her form was translucent, a shimmering, ethereal outline of a person. The dark shapes of the trees outside were visible through the fabric of her dress, through the space where her body should have been. She wasn't real. She couldn't be. As if sensing my gaze, she slowly turned. Her face was gentle, with high cheekbones and a soft mouth. But her eyes held a sadness so profound, so ancient, that it felt like a physical weight in the room. It was a sorrow that went beyond simple grief. It was the accumulated loneliness of 100 years, spent in this silent, isolated place. She didn't speak. She didn't have to. Her gaze held a universe of unspoken stories, of loss and longing. She looked at me, not with malice or anger, but with a look of calm, quiet recognition. It wasn't a threatening presence. It was something far stranger, far more unsettling. It was a look of welcome. I sat frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. The line between the world I knew and this impossible reality had dissolved completely. Time seemed to stretch and thin, and in that long, silent moment, I felt a connection to her, a shared understanding that transcended words, that transcended life and death. Then, as slowly and silently as she had appeared, she began to fade. Her form grew thinner, more transparent, like smoke caught in a sunbeam. For a final, fleeting second, I saw only her sad, knowing eyes, and then they too dissolved into the darkness. And I was alone. I don't know how long I sat there, rigid with a fear that was colder and more profound than the mountain air. The cabin remained silent, empty. The embers in the hearth had finally died, plunging the room into absolute blackness. I didn't sleep again. I simply waited for the dawn, my mind a frantic, replaying loop of the translucent woman and her impossibly sad eyes. I tried to rationalize it, to bargain with my own sanity. It was a dream, a hallucination brought on by dehydration and exhaustion. People see things when they're at their limit. It was a trick of the low light, the flickering embers, the moonlight through the trees. But no amount of logical self-deception could erase the feeling her presence had left behind. That deep, resonant sorrow, and that unnerving look of quiet welcome. When the first, pale gray light of morning finally filtered through the window, it felt like a resurrection. I scrambled to my feet, my limbs stiff and sore. In the clear, unforgiving light of day, the cabin was just a cabin, an empty, dusty room. I looked at the hearth. The wooden bowl was gone. I searched the entire room, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I looked under the cot, on the small table, in the cold, empty fireplace. It had vanished. There was no trace of the stew, no evidence that had ever been there at all. My pack was where I had dropped it. The only proof that the night had happened was the lingering chill in my soul. I had to get out. The need to escape was overwhelming. I packed my gear with frantic, clumsy haste, my hands shaking so badly I could barely buckle the straps. I didn't look back as I pushed the door open and stepped outside. The world was reborn. The suffocating fog was gone, burned away by a brilliant, cloudless sun. The sky was a piercing, impossible blue. The air was crisp and clean, and I could hear the cheerful sound of a nearby creek. a sound that had been absent in the oppressive silence of the day before. The forest was alive with color and sound again. It was as if the nightmare had been contained within the four walls of that cabin. I found the main trail in less than 10 minutes. It was exactly where it was supposed to be. A clear, well-trodden path that wound its way down the mountainside. The absurdity of it all hit me with the force of a physical blow. I had been hopelessly lost, on the verge of collapse, and yet I had been only a few hundred yards from the trail the entire time. The rest of the hike out was a blur. I walked on autopilot, my mind detached from my body. Every snap of a twig, every shadow that fell across the path, sent a jolt of fear through me. The wilderness no longer felt like a place of defiant life. It felt ancient, watchful, and filled with secrets I was never meant to know. Back at the ranger station, a cheerful, bearded man in a crisp uniform greeted me. I signed out from the trail log and, trying to sound casual, I mentioned my experience. That fog was something else, I said, forcing a laugh. Got me turned around pretty good. I was lucky to find the Corbin cabin to wait it out. The ranger's friendly smile tightened. He gave me a strange, searching look. The Corbin cabin? Mom, that cabin has been secured for the winter for weeks now. The door is padlocked. Nobody's been in there. The door was open. I insisted, my voice sounding thin and desperate even to my own ears. There was a fire. Someone left me some stew. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. Folks get turned around in that fog all the time, he said gently, as if speaking to a child. The mind can play tricks on you when you're tired and dehydrated. He paused, then continued. There are stories, of course, local legends. Some people believe that cabin is haunted by the ghost of the woman who lived and died there a long time ago. Caroline Nee Corbin. They say she lost her husband and child to sickness in that very cabin. Died there herself a few years later, all alone. He looked at me, his eyes serious. The story goes that she sometimes appears to lost hikers. A guardian spirit, they call her. Looking out for folks who've lost their way. A guardian spirit. The words hung in the air, a comforting, rational explanation for an irrational event. I clung to it. I had been lost, and a benevolent spirit had sheltered me. I had been saved. I thanked the ranger, left the station, and drove away from Shenandoah, pushing the memory of those sad, knowing eyes into a locked room in the back of my mind. That was 6 months ago. I went back to my life, or the version of it that existed between hospital visits. I went back to the radiation, to the IV drips, to the quiet, sterile hope of the experimental trial. I tried to forget the cabin, to dismiss it as a fever dream. But the memory lingered. The taste of the stew, the sound of the lullaby, the feeling of being seen by something that did not belong in my world. 2 weeks ago, my doctor called. I knew from the tone of his voice. It was the same gentle, somber tone he'd used when he first gave me the diagnosis. The experimental treatment had failed. The scan showed the tumors were not just growing, they were growing faster than ever. He gave me maybe a month. The news didn't hit me with the force I expected. There was no shock, no fresh wave of grief. There was only a strange, quiet clarity. I hung up the phone and walked to my window, looking out at the city lights without really seeing them. And I thought of the cabin. I thought of the woman by the window. A guardian spirit, the ranger had said. But he was wrong. That night, I wasn't saved. I was chosen. The realization settled over me, not with terror, but with a profound and unshakable sense of peace. The events of that night replayed in my mind, but this time I saw them through new eyes. The thick, disorienting fog that separated me from the world. The compass that refused to point the way back to the life I knew. The cabin appearing exactly when I had given up all hope of living. It wasn't a series of fortunate coincidences. It was an invitation. The ghost stew wasn't a gift of nourishment to help me live. It was a welcome meal. A communion. It was the first taste of the earth for a new resident. Her sad eyes were not filled with pity for my plight. They were filled with recognition. She saw a soul that was already untethered from the world. A spirit already preparing for its journey. She wasn't a guardian keeping me safe for the world of the living. She was a guide, a welcoming party, at the threshold of whatever comes next. I'm packing my bag now. The same 60-liter pack, the same worn-out boots. My hands are steady. The frantic energy that fueled my hikes for the past 2 years is gone, replaced by a calm, quiet purpose. I'm going back to Shenandoah. Back to the trail that leads to the clearing. I'm not running from anything anymore. I'm not scared. I know the door will be unlocked. I know there will be a fire in the hearth. She's waiting for me. My name is David Alpert. For 7 years, I was a park guide at Mammoth Cave National Park in Kentucky. But that title feels like a misrepresentation. It conjures images of a friendly, uniformed man pointing out stalactites to families in comfortable walking shoes. That wasn't my world. I didn't lead the easy, paved tours for the tourists and flops, the ones who wanted a quick, sanitized glimpse into the earth's crust before returning to the gift shop. I led the wild cave tours. My domain was the deep, undeveloped sections of the system, the raw and untamed arteries of the planet, where the path was whatever muddy tunnel you could fit your body through. My work was a grueling, physical ordeal. We'd be underground for 6, sometimes 8 hours at a time, crawling on our bellies through constrictions with name, like barely a fit. Our coveralls caked in a thick, cold slurry of mud and limestone grit. We navigated by the beams of our headlamps, cutting, sharp, lonely cones of light through a darkness that was absolute. This was what I loved, what I lived for. I found a profound peace in that subterranean world. The silence down there is a living thing, a pressure against the eardrums that makes the silence of the surface world feel like a cacophony. It's a silence that absorbs sound, that swallows your voice the moment it leaves your lips. I love the feeling of being deep within the bones of the earth, surrounded by millions of tons of rock, insulated from the frantic, fleeting chaos of human life. Down there, time moves differently. You can feel the geological epochs pressing in on you, a silent testament to a world that existed long before us and will exist long after we are gone. It was my church, my sanctuary, the only place I felt truly at home. Then I led the tour to Corpse Rock. Now, I can't even stand being in a dark room without feeling a cold sweat prickle my skin. The silence I once craved now feels like a prelude to something awful. Corpse Rock isn't on any public map distributed by the National Park Service. You won't find it mentioned in any of the cheerful brochures. Its existence is a dark stain on the park's history, a story reserved for those who venture deep enough to hear it and to feel it. It's a section of the cave where, back in the 1840s, a physician from Louisville named John Croghan conducted a horrible, misguided experiment. Dr. Croghan was not a madman, not in the traditional sense. He was a man of science, albeit a desperate one, grappling with the deadliest scourge of his era, tuberculosis, the White Plague. He became obsessed with a fringe theory, the belief that the constant, cool, and supposedly pure air of the cave could cure the disease. He saw the cave not as a natural wonder, but as a potential sanatorium, a subterranean hospital gifted by God. He purchased the entire Mammoth Cave estate and set his plan in motion. He had a dozen simple structures built deep within the cave, more than a mile from the natural entrance. They weren't houses. They were crude stone and wood huts, damp sepulchres that perpetually wept moisture from the limestone ceiling. Into this eternal night, he convinced 15 dying tuberculosis patients to live. He moved them underground, away from the sun, the sky, and the living world, promising them a miracle cure. It was a catastrophe of Gothic proportions. The damp, stagnant air, thick with the smoke of their lard oil lamps, was the worst possible environment for compromised lungs. The constant chill and profound darkness wore on their minds as much as their bodies. Instead of healing, their conditions rapidly deteriorated. They wasted away in the gloom, their days and nights blending into one long, agonizing twilight. The cave, which was meant to be their salvation, became their tomb. They all died down there, one by one. Their final moments, filled with the sound of their own lungs failing, a chorus of wet, rattling coughs echoing through the stone corridors. My final tour was a special historical expedition, a custom trip for a group of 6. These weren't novices, they were all highly experienced cavers. People who, like me, understood and respected the deep places of the world. They had specifically requested a tour that focused on the more esoteric and grim history of the cave system, and I knew exactly where to take them. The journey to Corpse Rock is an ordeal in itself. For 4 hours, we pushed deeper, leaving the last vestiges of the developed trails behind. We squeezed through tight passages, navigated across ledges, and waded through chest-deep streams of frigid groundwater. The air grew heavier, colder, and the silence deepened until the only sounds were our own breathing, the scrape of our gear against the rock, and the steady drip, drip, drip of water that had been seeping through the stone for millennia. Finally, we arrived. The passage opened into a larger, cavernous chamber. In the combined glare of our headlamps, the remains of Dr. Krogan's experiment were laid bare. The huts were still there, or what was left of them. Their stone walls were crumbling, slick with green and black slime. The wooden roofs had long since rotted away, leaving skeletal frames that looked like the rib cages of forgotten beasts. The air was thick with the smell of decay, of wet rock, and something else, an old, lingering scent of sickness that seemed embedded in the very stone. I gathered the group in the center of the ruined settlement, the beams of our lights cutting through the oppressive dark. I let the atmosphere sink in before I began the story, my voice feeling small and intrusive in the immense chamber. They stopped calling this Krogan's folly after the last patient died. I began, my voice echoing strangely, seeming to come back at us from multiple directions at once. The men who had to come down here to retrieve the bodies, they gave it a new name. They called this section Corpse Rock, because the bodies, that's when the lights went out. Not a flicker, not a fade. One moment my last word, bodies, was hanging in the air, illuminated by the collective glare of 7 high-powered LED headlamps. The next, we were plunged into a blackness so total and profound it felt like a physical event, like a switch being thrown on reality itself. It was not merely the absence of light. It was an active, pressing presence. It was a thick, velvety substance that filled my mouth and nose, that pushed against my eyelids, even though my eyes were wide open, straining for a single photon that would never arrive. This was the true dark, the kind that doesn't exist on the surface of the earth. A darkness that has never known a star, never been touched by the sun. It was the primordial blackness of the planet's core, and it was utterly suffocating. Time seemed to warp. For a second that stretched into an eternity, the only sound was the echo of my own word, bodies, fading into the immense, silent chamber. Then, the silence was shattered. A woman in the group, a geologist named Sarah, let out a sharp, piercing scream that was instantly swallowed by the oppressive dark. Another voice, a man named Ben, yelled. What the hell was that? Panic began to ripple through the group, a cascade of sharp intakes of breath and nervous, shuffling sounds.
Everyone stay calm,
I shouted. My voice sounded unnaturally loud and yet strangely thin. The authority I tried to project felt like a hollow lie.
Stay exactly where you are.
Don't move. My mind was racing, trying to find a logical explanation. A simultaneous power failure. In all 7 lamps. These weren't cheap hardware store lights. They were top of the line caving gear, each with its own independent, fully charged battery pack. The statistical probability of all of them failing at the exact same microsecond was effectively 0. It was impossible. It was a thought so unsettling that I shoved it down, focusing on procedure. It must be some kind of freak electrical interference, I said, hoping I sounded more convincing to them than I did to myself. I have a backup light. Just stay put. My hands, slick with a sudden, cold sweat, fumbled at the clasps of my pack. In the disorienting blackness, a simple task became a monumental challenge. My fingers felt clumsy and foreign. The pack, which I could normally navigate by touch alone, felt like a stranger's. All I could hear was the frantic, ragged breathing of the 6 people around me, and the frantic thumping of my own heart in my ears. The silence of the cave had returned, but it was no longer peaceful. It was a predatory silence, heavy with anticipation. And in that suffocating, silent black, we heard it. A cough. It was a single, isolated sound, but it cut through the darkness like a shard of glass. It was a wet, rattling cough, thick with fluid. It sounded agonizing, the sound of a desperate, painful struggle for breath. My first thought was that someone in the group was choking on dust. Is everyone okay? I called out, my hands still scrabbling uselessly at my pack. There was no answer. Only another cough. This one from a different direction, somewhere to my left. It was followed by a third, further away, seeming to echo from the crumbling walls of one of the huts. Then another, and another, until the air was filled with a faint, overlapping symphony of sickness. It wasn't a sound of a single person in distress. It was a chorus. A dozen, maybe more, distinct coughs. A ghostly cacophony of profound misery and decay, echoing from all around us in the pitch black chamber. The sound seemed to move, swirling around us, a phantom orchestra of dying breaths. The group was utterly silent now, frozen in a state of primal fear that went beyond a simple power outage. Someone near me was making a soft, whimpering noise. My fingers finally closed around the smooth, plastic cylinder of the emergency chemical light stick. It felt like the most precious object in the universe. With trembling hands, I pulled it free. I gripped it with both hands, found the seam, and bent it sharply. The thin glass vial inside snapped with a faint crack, a sound that was immediately lost in the chorus of spectral coughing. The stick flared to life. It wasn't the bright, reassuring light I had hoped for. It was a sickly, chemical green. The light was weak, strobing, and eerie, throwing the chamber into a nauseating dance of light and shadow. Deep, distorted shadows wreathed and leaped from the crumbling stone huts and the jagged formations on the ceiling. The world was painted in a monochrome of deathly green and absolute black. But it was enough to see. My first coherent thought was, we are not alone. They were standing among us. They were interspersed with the members of my tour group, so close we could have touched them. Pale, emaciated figures. Their forms were skeletal, their skin a translucent, waxy white that seemed to glow with a faint luminescence of its own in the green light. They were dressed in tattered, simple clothes from another century. Plain cotton shirts, worn trousers, simple dresses, all stained and rotting. They weren't threatening us. They weren't even looking at us. Their eyes, wide and black and utterly vacant, stared straight ahead, fixed on some unseen point in the eternal darkness. Their chests heaved with the effort of those awful, silent coughs we were still hearing, yet their mouths were slack, their jaws hanging open. The sound was everywhere, but the figures themselves were silent. They were simply standing there, lost in their private, unending agony. One of them, a tall, skeletal man in a threadbare shirt, was standing right next to me, so close I could see the faint, blue web of veins beneath his paper, thin skin. His hollow eyes stared at nothing, and a single glistening tear of cave water traced a path down his sunken cheek. The members of my group were statues, their faces masks of pure, unadulterated terror. Their eyes locked on the impossible figures who had materialized in the dark. The universe shrank to the dimensions of that ghastly green, lit chamber. Time itself seemed to have congealed, trapping us in a single, silent, screaming moment. The only movement was the frantic, strobe-like dance of the shadows cast by my chemical light stick and the slow, rhythmic, agonizing hive of the spectral chests around us. The air was thick with the sound of their phantom coughing, a sound that had no physical source yet felt like it was vibrating in the very marrow of my bones. My group was frozen, 6 statues of terror, their faces pale and slick with sweat in the sickly light. Their eyes were wide, not with the look of people seeing a ghost, but with the look of people who have just realized the fundamental laws of reality are a lie. I don't know how long we stood there. It could have been 5 seconds or 5 minutes. The spell was broken by Ben, the man who had yelled out when the lights failed. He didn't scream. He made a sound that was far more terrifying. It was a low, guttural moan of pure, animal dread, a noise that came from a place beyond language, beyond reason. He took a single, stumbling step backward, his foot scraping loudly against the gravelly floor. That sound, that single scrape of a boot on stone, was the gunshot that started the race. My training, buried under an avalanche of primal fear, suddenly kicked in. It was a single, overriding imperative: get them out. My survival instinct wasn't for myself, but for the people entrusted to my care. I lunged forward, grabbing Sarah, the geologist, by the arm. Her flesh was cold and clammy. Her eyes were locked on a thin, spectral woman standing less than 3 feet away. A woman whose jaw hung agape in a silent, eternal cough. Sarah didn't seem to register my touch. "Move," I screamed, the word tearing at my throat.
Go! Now!
"Back the way we came?" I didn't wait for a response. I shoved her, hard, toward the narrow passage that served as the chamber's only exit. The push broke her paralysis. She stumbled, caught her balance, and then scrambled away, her movements clumsy with panic. That broke the dam. The rest of the group surged into motion, a chaotic, desperate scramble for the exit. There was no order, no procedure. It was a rout. People were tripping, falling to their hands and knees in the slick mud, pushing past each other. I stayed at the back, holding the green light stick aloft like a holy talisman, my head on a swivel. The figures hadn't moved. They remained in their tableau of suffering, their vacant eyes staring into the abyss, their bodies racked by the silent coughs that filled the air. We didn't run through them. Some deep, instinctual wisdom guided us, and we scrambled around them, giving their still forms a wide berth, as if their very proximity was a form of contamination. The retreat is a black hole in my memory, a chaotic montage of fragmented, nightmarish images. I remember the feeling of Ben's climbing pack, shoving into my back as he pushed past me. I remember the glint of the green light on the wet, weeping walls of the passage as we fled. I remember the sound of someone sobbing hysterically. And I remember the coughing. It followed us. It didn't chase us in a menacing way. It simply remained, a constant, sorrowful chorus that seemed to echo not just in the cave, but inside my own skull. The 4-hour journey back to the surface is gone. I have no recollection of the climbs, the crawls, the squeezes. My mind simply erased it, a protective mechanism against a memory too horrible to hold. It was a fugue state fueled by pure adrenaline and terror. The next thing I knew, I was on my hands and knees at the mouth of the cave, vomiting into a patch of ferns. The sudden, shocking assault of daylight felt like a physical blow. The air, fresh and smelling of pine and damp earth, was so clean it burned my lungs. The sounds of the forest, the chirping of birds, the rustle of wind in the trees, were a deafening roar after the profound silence below. One by one, the others emerged, blinking and staggering into the sunlight like creatures born into darkness. They were covered head to toe in mud, their faces streaked with tears and grime. We collapsed near the entrance, a huddled, shaking, silent mass of humanity. Sarah was curled in a fetal position, her body trembling uncontrollably. Ben was staring blankly at his hands, his knuckles white. That's how the other guide, who was scheduled to meet us, found us. He took one look at our faces, and his cheerful greeting died on his lips. "What happened?" he asked, his voice full of concern. I was the only one who could speak. I looked at the faces of my group, at their shattered, empty eyes, and the lie formed itself on my tongue. "Our lights failed," I said, my voice a hoarse croak. "All of them." We panicked. As I said it, I glanced at the headlamp still strapped to my helmet. It was on. They were all on. Sometime during our ascent in the blackness of our flight, they had all inexplicably come back to life. I quit that day. I walked into the park supervisor's office, handed him my gear, and told him I was done. I didn't offer any more explanation, and he didn't ask for one. He saw it in my eyes. The 6 members of my tour group never filed a complaint. They never spoke of what happened. We had an unspoken pact, sealed in that green, lit chamber of horrors. We were the only 7 people on Earth who knew the truth, and it was a truth that could never be told. I moved away from Kentucky a month later. I needed to be somewhere with a wide, open sky. But you can't outrun a memory like that. It follows you. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is too quiet and the darkness presses in, I can still hear it. That faint, wet, rattling sound. A chorus of misery just on the edge of hearing. It's the sound of corpse rock. It's the sound of the cave, remembering it's dead. My name is Alex Miller, and for the better part of my adult life, I've worked as an archivist. It's a quiet profession, one of order and tangible history, where storied confined to brittle paper and cataloged in acid-free boxes. I deal in facts, in dates, in the verifiable ink of the past. Perhaps I chose this life because of a single afternoon 30 years ago. An afternoon that taught me that not all history's written down, and not all stories have an ending. Some are living things, festering in the dark, waiting for the right moment to surface. When I was 15, I was all knees, elbows, and a carefully cultivated teenage apathy. My world was one of suburban sidewalks, video games, and the distant promise of a driver's license. That summer, my parents sent me to stay with my grandfather in Chokoloskee, a small fishing town perched on the edge of Florida's 10,000 islands. My grandfather, Jedidiah Miller, was a man carved from cypress and sun. He'd spent 40 years as a sheriff's deputy in Collier County, a job that had etched permanent lines of vigilance around his pale blue eyes. He was retired now, but the lawman's quiet, watchful nature had never left him. He spoke little, but when he did, his words carried the weight of things seen and not spoken of. He lived in a small, stilted house that smelled of salt, old wood, and the Prince Albert tobacco he perpetually chewed. For the first week of my visit, we fell into a routine of fishing, checking his crab pots, and listening to the drone of the cicadas in the suffocating afternoon heat. I was bored, restless, and probably a terrible houseguest. Then, one sweltering Tuesday morning, he looked at me over his coffee cup, a strange glint in his eye. "Alex," he said, his voice a low rumble. "You feelin' adventurous? I want to show you some real Florida history. Something you won't find in any of your school books." An hour later, we were on his airboat, a battered but powerful machine that seemed like a natural extension of the man himself. The engine exploded to life with a deafening roar that vibrated through my bones, and we shot away from the dock, skimming across the wide, sun-drenched bay. The farther we went, the more the world changed. The scattered islands of the bay gave way to a suffocating, primordial labyrinth of saltwater and mangrove. The channels grew narrower, the trees pressing in on either side, their tangled roots like the gnarled fingers of skeletal hands dipping into the black, tannin-stained water. The air grew thick, heavy with the smell of decay and brine, a blanket of humidity so dense it felt like you could drink it. The roar of the engine was the only thing that kept the oppressive silence of the place at bay. After what felt like an eternity of winding through identical-looking channels, my grandfather throttled down. The thunderous engine sputtered and died, and the silence that rushed in was absolute and unnerving. It was a physical presence, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the hull and the maddening hum of mosquitoes. We drifted into a narrow, shaded channel next to a small island that was barely more than a hump of land, a dense knot of gumbo, limbo trees, and saw palmetto. It felt older than the surrounding landscape, weighted down by a sorrow that seemed to seep from the soil itself. "This is it," my grandfather said, his voice hushed, reverent. He pointed with a long pole he used for navigating the shallows. "This is the Watson place." I squinted, trying to pierce the veil of thick, green vegetation. Through the leaves, I could just make out the dark, crumbling lines of a stone foundation, almost entirely reclaimed by the swamp. A few skeletal remains of a dock sagged into the water, coated in green slime. Who was Watson? I asked, my voice sounding small and intrusive in the stillness. My grandfather worked the tobacco in his jaw for a moment before spitting a dark stream into the water. It vanished without a ripple. Edgar Watson, he said, his eyes fixed on the island. Lived out here around the turn of the last century. By all accounts, a charming, intelligent man. Came down from up north. But he was meaner than a snake with a toothache. He gestured with the pole toward the overgrown foundation. Grew sugar cane. Best syrup in the county, they said. The problem was he was a frugal man. Hated paying his farmhands. The story began to unspool. A piece of local folklore I'd heard whispers, but never the full tale. Head hire drifters, men without family, from Key West or Fort Myers. They'd work through the harvest, cutting cane in this godforsaken heat. When it came time for payday, Watson would find a reason to get them alone. He'd pay them. All right. Pay them with the back of a shovel or a bullet to the head. Then he'd dump their bodies in the channel. The gators and the crabs took care of the evidence. He let the words hang in the air. For years, men just vanished out here. Everyone knew. The folks in Chokoloskee, the other Gladesmen, they all suspected it was Watson. But no one could ever prove it. There were never any bodies. Just whispers. And Watson, he'd just smile that charming smile of his and sell his syrup in town. It was a creepy story, a piece of grisly local history, but I was 15, and my primary function was to appear unimpressed. Cool, I said, the words sounding utterly inadequate. My grandfather didn't scold me. He just shook his head slowly, a deep sadness in his eyes, and looked away from the island, out at the dark water surrounding our boat. That's when I noticed it. The silence wasn't just a lack of noise. It was a lack of life. There were no birds calling, no fish jumping. And then I saw why. The alligators. There were at least a dozen of them. Maybe more, scattered throughout the channel. But they weren't swimming. They weren't hunting. They were perfectly, unnaturally still. Their massive bodies suspended just below the surface. They looked like half-submerged logs, except for one terrifying detail. Every single one of them, from the 10-foot boulder bank to the smaller ones, all lurking in the mangrove roots, had its snout pointed directly at the Watson place. Their unblinking, reptilian eyes, like polished obsidian beads, were just above the waterline, fixed on the island with a terrifying, singular focus. They weren't basking. They were waiting. They were on guard. A chill, cold and sharp, crawled down my spine, a sensation completely alien to the oppressive heat. See that? My grandfather whispered, his voice barely a breath. He hadn't taken his eyes off them. That's the part of the story they don't tell the tourists. The part the old-timers know. He paused, and the weight of his next words settled into the very marrow of my bones. The Gladesmen, the ones who really know this place, they say the gators never ate the bodies. They say they were Watson's guards, his accomplices. They'd just hold the bodies down at the bottom for him, keeping him fresh, out of sight. The image flooded my mind. Those powerful jaws not tearing, but pinning, holding the dead in the murky depths, preserving them in a watery grave. The stillness of the alligators was suddenly transformed from passive waiting into an active, malevolent duty. They were sentinels, jailers of the damned. My grandfather's gaze became distant, lost in the dark water and the darker history it held. My own great-uncle, your great-great-uncle, Samuel. He came down here from Georgia looking for work in 1908. He was a strong young man, trying to make his way. Sent one letter home to his mother, my grandmother. Said he'd found a good, paying job on a sugarcane farm out in the islands. He finally turned and looked at me, and the grim set of his jaw, the profound sorrow in his eyes, stripped away my teenage bravado and left me feeling cold and small. They never heard from him again. He let the personal connection land, the final piece of a puzzle I never wanted to solve. This wasn't just a ghost story. This was family history. He looked back at the silent, scaled sentinels in the water, his expression hardening. "Sometimes, Alex," he said, his voice so quiet it was almost carried away by the breeze, "the dead get tired of waiting for justice. And the guards get tired of watching them." The words my grandfather spoke, "the dead get tired of waiting," seemed to drain the very heat from the air. They were not spoken like a line from a ghost story, but like a verdict. A truth he had carried with him for decades and had finally, for some reason, decided to share with me. The oppressive silence of the channel deepened, becoming a heavy, suffocating blanket. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the stillness. I stared at the dark, glassy surface of the water, my imagination now a canvas for unspeakable horrors. I pictured my great-great-uncle Samuel, preserved in the black muck, held down by the silent, scaly sentinels that surrounded us. As if summoned by my grandfather's words, a single, large bubble broke the surface of the water, no more than 10 feet from our boat. It popped with a soft, wet sound that was shockingly loud in the profound quiet. I flinched. My grandfather's hand tightened on his poling stick. Then another bubble, closer this time. And another. They were rising in a slow, deliberate line from the murky depths, as if something was being disturbed on the bottom. I thought of the legend, of the gators holding the bodies down. Were they letting go? My breath hitched in my throat. My grandfather's face, already grim, had become a mask of stone-cold dread. He knew this was wrong. His years as a lawman had taught him to recognize when a situation was about to break, and every instinct in his body was screaming. He slowly began to reach for the pull cord of the engine, his movements measured, trying not to create a ripple, not to draw attention. He was too late. The water bulged upwards. Not a splash, but a slow, hideous swelling, as if something immense was displacing it from below. And then, slowly, with an agonizing lack of haste, a hand rose out of the channel. Time seemed to warp, stretching the moment into an eternity of horror. It wasn't the skeleton hand of a cheap horror movie. It was worse. It was a pale, waterlogged thing, the skin wrinkled and bleached a ghastly, milky white, like boiled chicken. The fingers were bloated, swollen to twice their normal size, the nails tinged with a dark, greenish, black decay. It was a hand that had been submerged for a very, very long time. It rose from the water, palm up, water streaming from it in greasy rivulets. For a heart-stopping second, I thought it was reaching for us, for the boat. But it wasn't. The fingers curled slightly, a gesture of weak, desperate supplication. And it began to move, not towards us, but towards the island. It was trying to pull itself ashore, to crawl out of its century-long prison at the bottom of the channel. It was the hand of a man who had been murdered a few feet from dry land, and had been trying to finish the journey ever since. My grandfather didn't hesitate. He didn't scream or gasp. The retired lawman, the man of quiet contemplation, vanished, replaced by pure, reactive survival. He yanked the cord on the airboat's engine with a ferocity that seemed to tear the air apart. The motor roared to life, an obscene, deafening explosion of sound that shattered the supernatural stillness. The boat bucked, and my grandfather spun the rudder with such violence that I was thrown hard against the gunwale, my shoulder screaming in protest. The world became a blur of green mangrove and black water as we executed a turn so tight I thought we would capsize. We sped away, the massive fan of the airboat creating a hurricane, force wind behind us. I risked a glance back. The wake from our frantic escape washed over the spot where the hand had been. It was gone, swallowed back into the depths. But the alligators hadn't moved. They remained in their positions, their snouts pointed towards the island, their ancient eyes watching us flee. They were not startled by the engine's roar or our sudden departure. Their duty was not to us. Their duty was to the island, and to what it kept hidden. They were silent witnesses, and as we disappeared down the channel, I had the sickening feeling that they were disappointed, not that we had escaped, but that their prisoner had failed, once again, to reach the shore. The journey back was a silent torment. The engine's roar was a welcome shield, preventing any need for conversation. I didn't want to talk. I didn't know what to say. What could I ask? Did you see that? Grandpa? Was that Uncle Samuel? The questions were too monstrous to form. I huddled in my seat, the wind whipping tears from my eyes, my body trembling with a chill that had nothing to do with the wind and everything to do with the ice that had formed in my soul. I kept seeing the hand, the pale, bloated fingers, the slow, determined crawl towards the shore. My grandfather stared straight ahead, his knuckles white on the steering handle. His face was a thundercloud of emotions I couldn't decipher. Fear, yes, but also a deep, profound anger and a sorrow that seemed to age him 10 years in the span of an hour. He was not just a man who had seen a ghost. He was a man who had just received a final, terrible confirmation of his family's darkest chapter. The folklore was real. The whispers were true. His great-uncle was still here, waiting. When we finally reached the dock at his house, the familiar sight of the stilted pilings and the weathered wood felt alien, like a scene from a life I no longer lived. He cut the engine, and the sudden silence was as heavy as it had been at the Watson place. He tied off the boat without a word, his movements stiff and mechanical. I fumbled my way onto the dock, my legs unsteady beneath me. He walked past me up to the house, his boots thudding heavily on the wooden walkway. I followed, a silent, shaken shadow. He went straight to a cabinet in the kitchen, pulled out a bottle of bourbon I'd never seen before, and poured a generous amount into a glass. His hand was shaking. He drank it down in one long, ragged swallow, then leaned against the counter. His eyes closed. He never spoke another word about it. Not that day, not that week, not for the rest of my life. And I never asked. A wall of silence was erected around that afternoon, a barrier we both understood was never to be crossed. The rest of my visit passed in a haze. The easy routine of fishing and crabbing was gone, replaced by a tense, unspoken awareness. We avoided each other's eyes. The easy camaraderie between a grandfather and his grandson had been replaced by the shared trauma of two witnesses. I had been a boy when we left the dock that morning. I was something else when we returned. I had looked into the black water and seen proof that the world was infinitely older stranger, and more terrifying than I had ever imagined. The story of Edgar Watson was no longer cool. It was a wound in my family's history, and that day I had seen it bleed. My career as an archivist, my quiet life spent among the documented and the explained, is my attempt to build a wall against that memory. To live in a world of facts and figures, where every story has a source and every event can be footnoted. But sometimes, in the dead of night, when the house is quiet, I can still feel the oppressive humidity of that channel. I can still see the silent, waiting eyes of the alligators. And I can still see that pale, waterlogged hand reaching for a shore it will never touch. 30 years is a long time. It's long enough for a boy to become a man, for a vibrant man to grow old and pass away, and for a terrifying memory to dull into a persistent, low-grade ache. My grandfather, Jedidiah, died 7 years ago. He went peacefully in his sleep, in the same stilted house that smelled of salt and tobacco. In his will, he left the house and the old airboat to me. I've kept the place, paying the taxes and hiring a local kid to air it out once a month, but I've only been back twice. It's not a place of happy memories for me. It's a monument to a single, silent afternoon. My life as an archivist in a climate-controlled library in Tallahassee is a direct reaction to that day. I surround myself with concrete evidence: census records, property deeds, faded photographs with names and dates written on the back. I find comfort in the knowable, the verifiable. My work is a constant, quiet rebellion against the terrifying possibility that the world operates on rules far older and darker than any human law. I've built a life of order and quiet certainty, but the foundation is cracked. The memory of the Watson place is the crack. It's the reason I don't like swimming in dark water. The reason I feel a primal unease when I see a log floating too still in a river. About a year after my grandfather passed, I was working on a project digitizing old county records for the state. It was tedious work, scanning brittle, yellowed pages of legal documents from the early 20th century. One afternoon, bleary-eyed from staring at a screen, I came across a file from Collier County, dated 1911. It was an inquest into the death of one Edgar J. Watson. My blood ran cold. I had never sought out the official story, content to let it remain a piece of traumatic folklore. But here it was, on my desk. The official record was dry and anticlimactic. Watson had been killed by a crowd of his neighbors from Chokoloskee. They'd had enough of the disappearances, enough of his charming, predatory smile. They cornered him on the causeway and shot him to pieces. The inquest ruled it justifiable homicide by persons unknown. Justice, of a sort. But as I read on, a detail caught my eye. A list of assets recovered from Watson's property was attached. Among the farm equipment and household goods was a small, water-damaged ledger. The transcriber had noted most of it was illegible, but had managed to make out a few names and figures. My heart hammered in my chest. I scrolled down the list of barely legible names, and there it was, S. Miller. Beside the name was a date and the notation, final pay. Due. The date was 2 weeks after the last letter my great-great-uncle Samuel had sent home. It was him. It was the proof my grandfather never had. Watson hadn't just killed him, he had meticulously, psychopathically, recorded the debt he never intended to pay. He was a monster, but he was an organized one. That weekend, I drove south. The 7-hour drive was a pilgrimage back into a past I had tried so hard to escape. The air grew thick and humid. the landscape flattening into an endless expanse of sawgrass and sky. When I arrived at the old house, the familiar smell of salt and decay hit me like a physical blow. It was a ghost of a house, filled with the ghost of a man. I walked through the dusty rooms, my footsteps echoing in the silence. I didn't know what I was looking for. Absolution. An answer. In my grandfather's bedroom, tucked away in the back of his closet, was a small, locked metal footlocker. I had seen it as a kid, but had never been allowed to touch it. I found the key in his old tackle box, hidden beneath a collection of rusted hooks and lures. With a trembling hand, I opened it. It was not filled with fishing gear or old service revolvers. It was filled with paper. Decades of paper. My grandfather. The quiet man who never spoke of the Watson place had been obsessed with it. He had spent his entire retirement, and likely much of his career, quietly investigating the man who had murdered his uncle. There were hand-drawn maps of the 10,000 islands, with channels and shoals marked in his spidery handwriting. There were copies of newspaper clippings about Watson from as far away as Tampa and Atlanta. There were typed up notes from interviews with other old-timers, men who were now long dead, recounting the whispers and rumors they had heard from their own fathers and grandfathers. He had compiled a list of names, nearly 30 of them, of men who had disappeared in the area between 1885 and 1910, men listed as drifters, vagrants, or simply unknown. Next to each name, he had painstakingly tried to find a record, a family, a life that had been extinguished in that dark water. My great-great-uncle Samuel's name was at the top of the list. At the very bottom of the box was a sealed manila envelope. My name was written on the front in his familiar, shaky script. I tore it open. Inside was not a letter, but a single brittle, black and white photograph. It was a picture of a group of men, squinting in the bright Florida sun, holding shovels and cane knives. They were standing in front of a crude wooden building. I recognized the shape of the roofline from the crumbling foundation on the island, and I recognized one of the men. He was young, with my grandfather's eyes and a familiar set to his jaw. It was Samuel. On the back of the photograph, my grandfather had written a single sentence. "He never left the island, Alex." They're all still there. I finally understood. The trip on the airboat wasn't a random attempt to spook his city grandson. It was a memorial. It was a son of a lawman's desperate pilgrimage to the unmarked grave of his kin. He had taken me there because he needed a witness. He needed someone else to carry the story, to know that the men Watson killed were not just footnotes in a ledger. They were real, and they were still waiting. The hand I saw rising from the water was not just a ghost. It was my own family, reaching out from a century of silence, demanding to be remembered. I closed the footlocker, the weight of its contents settling into my soul. The story wasn't mine alone anymore. It was his and his uncle's before him. The horror of that day wasn't just the supernatural vision. It was the profound, human tragedy behind it. The injustice that had festered for 100 years in the black water, guarded by silent, ancient reptiles. I still work as an archivist. I still find comfort in the documented past. But I know now that the most important histories are the ones that are never written down. They are carried in the blood, passed down in hushed tones, and sometimes they rise from the depths to show you that the past is never truly dead. It's just waiting at the bottom of the channel, reaching for a shore it can never, ever touch. My name is Ethan Reed. To the world, I am a professional environmental photographer. It's a title that sounds respectable. Conjuring images of someone patiently waiting in blind for the perfect shot of a rare bird, or capturing the serene beauty of a sunrise over a pristine landscape. And I do those things. My work has appeared in publications that celebrate the raw, untamed beauty of our planet. I've spent weeks in the crushing humidity of the Amazon, my lenses fogging, as I documented the life cycle of a poison dart frog. I've endured the bone, aching cold of the Arctic Circle, my fingers numb against the metal of my tripod, just to capture the ethereal dance of the aurora borealis as it painted the heavens in shades of green and violet. But there is another side to my work, a side I don't often speak of in interviews. I am a chaser of anomalies. I am drawn to the fringe phenomena of the natural world, the events that defy easy explanation and blur the line between science and folklore. I've photographed ball lightning as it skittered across a Kansas field like a sentient thing. I've recorded the haunting, metallic sounds of the Urski trumpets in the remote deserts of the Southwest. I am not a paranormal investigator. I am a documentarian of the strange. I believe that for every shadow, there is a source of light, and for every unexplained event, there is a physical, measurable cause, however bizarre it may be. My goal is to capture it, to bring it out of the realm of campfire stories, and into the stark, unforgiving clarity of a high-resolution photograph. This obsession led me to the Rocky Mountain National Park. It wasn't the majestic peaks or the abundant wildlife that called to me, but a story, a persistent, century-old legend whispered among locals and debated on obscure internet forums. They called it the Blue Mist. The legend was intrinsically tied to the tragic tale of a prospector named William Minor Bill Harrington. In the late 1800s, Bill had ventured deep into a remote, high-elevation valley, convinced he'd find a rich vein of silver. He built a small, crude cabin and, by all accounts, kept to himself. Months went by. When he failed to show up at the nearest settlement for supplies, a search party was organized. They found his cabin, the door slightly ajar, his tools neatly arranged. A half-eaten meal sat on his table, covered in a thin layer of dust. But Bill was gone. They searched the surrounding area for days. It was only when one of the men stumbled upon a small, hidden cave a quarter-mile from the cabin that they found him. Or what was left of him. The official report, which I managed to unearth from a digital archive of a local newspaper, was chillingly sparse on details. It stated he died of exposure and suspected animal attack. But the unofficial stories, the ones passed down through generations, painted a much stranger picture. They said his bones were picked clean, unnaturally so, as if boiled. And next to his remains, pressed deep into the hard-packed dirt floor of the cave, was a single, massive footprint. It had 3 long, talon-like toes. The search party, comprised of seasoned trackers and hunters, could not identify it. It matched no known animal in North America. The story might have ended there. A creepy piece of local folklore, had it not been for the recurring element of the blue mist. Over the decades, hikers and climbers who ventured into that same valley would occasionally report a strange phenomenon. Always at dusk, a thick, luminous fog would roll in without warning, even on clear nights. It moved against the wind, clung to the valley floor, and glowed with a faint, unnatural blue light. Those who experienced it spoke of an unnerving silence that accompanied it, a complete deadening of all sound, They also reported sudden, inexplicable equipment failure, compasses spinning wildly, batteries draining in seconds, GPS units going dark. Most were wise enough to turn back. A few were never seen again. For me, this was the perfect convergence of myth and measurable phenomena. The footprint could be a fabrication, a detail added over the years to spice up the story. But the equipment failure, the electromagnetic anomalies, that was something tangible. That was something I could document. My preparation was meticulous. I spent 2 weeks planning my expedition, studying topographical maps and satellite imagery to pinpoint the likely location of Miner Bill's lost cabin. I packed my most robust gear, 2 full-frame mirrorless, capable of shooting in near total darkness, a set of fast, wide-angle lenses, and a custom-built, weatherproof time-lapse rig. I also brought an array of environmental sensors, an EMF meter, a sensitive audio recorder with a parabolic dish, and a portable weather station. My power supply was a set of high-capacity lithium-ion battery packs, the kind used for remote film shoots. And for navigation, I had my trusty military-grade GPS unit, supplemented by a traditional compass and paper maps, just in case. Upon arriving at the park, I checked in with the ranger station. I gave them a vague but plausible plan about photographing alpine flora and nocturnal wildlife. The ranger, a woman with a weathered face and eyes that had seen 1,000 seasons in these mountains, looked over my proposed route. "That's a lonely part of the park, Mr. Reed," she said, her voice flat. "Not many people head up to the St. Vrain Basin anymore. Cell service is non-existent. You're on your own up there. That's the idea," I replied with a confident smile. She held my gaze for a moment longer than necessary. "Just be aware of the weather. It turns on a dime in the high country. And if you see a fog roll and that doesn't feel right, don't be a hero. Just pack up and come down." Her warning, meant to be practical, only fueled my anticipation. The hike into the valley took the better part of a day. The trail started out well, maintained but soon dissolved into a faint path, then nothing at all. I was navigating by GPS and instinct, the air growing thinner and colder, with every 1,000 feet of elevation gained. The landscape was breathtakingly beautiful, but there was an edge to it, a sense of profound and ancient indifference. The jagged peaks clawed at the sky like the teeth of a predator. The wind whispered through the gnarled, centuries-old bristlecone pines, sounding like faint, mournful voices. I found the spot late in the afternoon. It was a small, bowl-shaped valley, cradled by sheer granite cliffs on 3 sides. In the center were the dilapidated remains of a structure, barely more than a pile of rotting logs, and a collapsed stone chimney. It had to be Miner Bill's cabin. The air was still, and the silence was so complete it felt heavy, pressing in on my eardrums. I felt a primal sense of being an intruder in a place that had long been forgotten by the modern world. Shaking off the unease, I got to work. I chose a vantage point on a rocky outcrop, overlooking the cabin ruins, giving me a panoramic view of the entire valley floor. I set up my primary time-lapse camera, programming it to take a shot every 30 seconds, from dusk until dawn. I positioned a second camera, aimed at the entrance of a dark, narrow cave I spotted at the base of the far cliff. The same cave, perhaps, where Bill's body was found. I set up my environmental sensors, my audio recorder, and sat down with my handheld camera as the sun began to dip below the western peaks, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. The transition from day to night was swift in the mountains. The temperature plummeted. I zipped up my jacket, my breath pluming in the frigid air. The first stars began to prick the darkening indigo sky. It was peaceful. It was beautiful. And then I saw it. It started as a wisp, a faint tendril of vapor curling up from a deep ravine at the valley's entrance. But it wasn't white or gray like normal fog. It was a soft, luminous blue. It didn't drift on the breeze. It flowed with a purpose, a silent, liquid river of mist pouring into the basin. It moved with an unnatural speed, and as it spread, the world went silent. The gentle sigh of the wind through the pines, the distant chirp of a cricket, it all just stopped. My heart began to hammer against my ribs, a primal drumbeat of fear and excitement. This was it. I raised my camera, but as I pressed the shutter, the screen went black. I tapped the power button. Nothing. I checked the battery indicator just moments before. It had been at 90%. I grabbed my backup camera. Its screen flickered erratically for a second, displaying a corrupt file icon, and then it too died. A cold dread, far colder than the mountain air, washed over me. I scrambled for my EMF meter. The needle was slammed to the maximum reading, buzzing audibly. I looked at my GPS. The screen was frozen. My weather station was dark. Everything, every single piece of my carefully prepared, high-tech equipment, was dead. The blue mist was now all around me, a thick, suffocating blanket of glowing vapor. It didn't obscure the landscape so much as it transformed it, the familiar shapes of rocks and trees becoming monstrous silhouettes in the ethereal blue light. Panic began to set in. I was alone, miles from civilization, with no navigation and no way to call for help. The ranger's words echoed in my mind. Don't be a hero. I started shoving my useless equipment into my pack, my hands fumbling in the cold. I had to get out. I had to get down the mountain now. As I turned to leave, a break in the mist drifted past, revealing a patch of ground near my feet. And I saw it. It wasn't a footprint in the dirt. It was on a large, flat-topped granite boulder, a surface as hard as iron. Pressed deep into the solid rock, as if the stone had been momentarily soft as clay, was a footprint. It was impossibly large, easily twice the size of my boot, and it had 3 long, distinct toes, each ending in a sharp, claw-like point. I stared, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. But the final, terrifying detail was what shattered my courage completely. From within the depression of the footprint, the granite itself was glowing. It pulsed with a faint, internal luminescence, the exact same unnatural shade of blue as the mist that now swelled around my ankles. For a long moment, I was as frozen as the granite beneath my feet. My mind, which prided itself on logic and observation, completely short-circuited. It tried to find a rational explanation and failed spectacularly. Phosphorescent minerals activated by some unknown radiation. A bizarre form of piezoelectricity. The explanations flickered and died, like my camera batteries. They were the desperate gasps of a drowning intellect. The truth was far simpler and far more terrifying. The footprint was real. The rock had been like clay. And the light, the same impossible blue as the mist, was pulsing from the stone like a dying heartbeat. A single, paralyzing thought solidified from the chaos in my brain. The mist wasn't hiding something. The mist was the something. And I was standing right in the middle of it. That realization shattered my paralysis. It was like a starter pistol firing in my soul. I didn't pack, I crammed. My useless multi-$1,000 cameras, my dead sensors. my inert GPS. I shoved them all into my backpack with frantic, clumsy movements. My only thought was weight and speed. I had to run. I abandoned my tripod and the parabolic microphone dish. They were anchors, and I needed to be a ship in a hurricane, running before the storm. I slung the pack over my shoulders, and, without a backward glance at the glowing footprint, I plunged into the swirling blue abyss, trying to backtrack the way I had come. The silence was the most disorienting part. In the mountains, there is always sound, even at night. The whisper of wind, the scuttling of a small creature, the groan of a tree branch. But inside the mist, there was nothing. My own ragged breaths and the frantic pounding of my heart were deafening in the vacuum. The blue light was everywhere, a diffuse, shadowless illumination that played tricks on my perception. Distances became impossible to judge. A boulder 10 feet away looked like it was 100, and a cliff edge could be a single step away. I pulled out my compass, my last bastion of reliable, analog technology. I held it flat in my palm, shielding it from the faint light of the mist. The needle, instead of settling on magnetic north, spun lazily in a full circle, then another, as if it were the second hand on a broken clock. It was useless. The electromagnetic field that had drained my batteries was powerful enough to overwhelm the planet's own magnetic pull. I was truly blind. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at my throat. I fought it down. I was a professional. I had paper maps. I had spent days studying the topography. I knew the basic layout of the land. The valley entrance was to the southeast. I just had to keep the sheer cliff face. I had hiked alongside to my right and head downhill. It was simple geography. But the mist made it a nightmare. The ground, which had been a gentle, rocky slope on my way up, seemed to have transformed into a treacherous obstacle course. I stumbled over unseen rocks, my ankles twisting. Gnarled roots, like skeletal hands, reached up from the ground to grab at my boots. The air was thin and bit at my lungs, each panicked breath a painful effort. The cold was no longer just a temperature. It felt like a presence, a malevolent entity, that seeped through my high-tech gear, chilling me to the bone. After what felt like an hour of desperate, downhill scrambling, I should have been nearing the ravine that marked the valley's entrance. But the terrain wasn't changing. The oppressive bowl of the valley still seemed to surround me. I stopped, gasping for air, leaning against a large pine tree. Its bark felt strangely slick, coated in the ethereal condensation of the mist. And then I heard it. It was a sound that didn't belong in the unnatural silence. A soft crunch. It came from somewhere behind me, up the slope. It was the sound of immense weight settling on loose rock. I froze, every muscle tensed. I told myself it was a rock slide, a deer, anything. But the silence that followed was just as terrifying. I waited, not daring to breathe. 10 seconds. 30. A minute. Nothing. I started moving again, faster this time, abandoning all attempts at stealth. My only goal was distance. The sound came again, closer this time. Crunch, like a giant stepping on gravel. It was keeping pace with me. I didn't dare look back. I knew with a certainty that defied logic that I would not see a bear or a mountain lion. I would see something the mist had tried to show me with that single, glowing footprint. My flight became a blind terror. I ran, heedless of the terrain, my lungs burning, tears of cold and fear freezing on my cheeks. I broke through a line of trees, and my foot found nothing but air. I tumbled forward, yelling in surprise and pain, rolling down a steep embankment. I came to a stop in a tangle of thorny bushes, my face scraped, my shoulders screaming in protest. But I was out of the mist. I had fallen into a small, clear pocket of air. Above me, the blue mist was a solid ceiling, a churning, luminous canopy that covered the valley. Looking back up the slope, I could see it clinging to the trees, its edges writhing like living tendrils. It wasn't a natural fog. It was contained, confined to the valley basin as if by an invisible wall. And as I watched, I saw a distortion within it, a place where the blue light seemed to bend and coalesce around a vast, dark shape moving through the trees. It was too large, too fluid to be an animal. It was a shadow in the heart of the light, and it was moving exactly where I had just been. A wave of nausea washed over me. It wasn't just pursuing me, it had been hurting me. The strange terrain, the dead-end paths. I hadn't been lost. I had been guided. I looked around frantically. I was in a narrow gulch I didn't recognize. The topography was all wrong. I had been so sure I was heading southeast, but the stars visible through the break in the mist told me I was now facing north. The mist had somehow turned me around completely. The gulch offered two directions uphill, back towards the mist, or downhill, into deeper, unknown territory. The choice was obvious. I scrambled to my feet and began to half run, half slide my way down the rocky creek bed. The mist seemed reluctant to follow me out of its valley, but I could feel its presence behind me, a cold pressure on my back. The gulch eventually opened into a wider canyon, and it was here that I found something that made my blood run even colder. Set into the canyon wall was the dark, square opening of an old mine shaft, framed with rotting timbers. It was a relic of Miner Bill's era. A desperate hope flared within me. A mine meant a trail. A trail meant a way out. I approached the entrance cautiously. The air flowing out of it was stale and cold. I pulled out my headlamp, my last piece of electronic gear, praying it had been shielded by my body or the pack. I thumbed the switch. A weak yellow beam cut through the darkness. It worked. I swept the light across the entrance. And there, on the rock wall just inside the mine's opening, were more of them. 2 more footprints, pressed into the solid granite of the canyon wall itself. One was at ground level. The other was 10 feet directly above it, as if the creature had simply walked up the vertical surface. They glowed with the same faint, sickly blue light. My hope for a trail vanished, replaced by a horrifying new understanding. This wasn't a way out. This was part of its territory. The ranger's words came back to me. Don't be a hero. I should have turned and run. I should have faced the cold in the open canyon. But the thought of the vast, moving shadow in the mist behind me was too much. The mine offered shelter. It was a tomb, perhaps, but it was a physical barrier. With my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, I stepped inside. The temperature dropped immediately. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, and something else, a faint, coppery scent like old blood. My headlamp beam seemed to be swallowed by the oppressive darkness, just a few feet ahead. I took a few more steps in, my boots echoing unnervingly in the confined space. I stopped and listened. The silence was back, but it was different here. It wasn't the dead, empty silence of the mist. This was a heavy, waiting silence, the silence of a predator's lair. And from the impenetrable blackness deep within the mine shaft, I heard a new sound. It was not the crunch of rock. It was a wet, dragging noise. A scraping, followed by a thick, liquid slurp. It was the sound of something immense and heavy, pulling itself through the darkness, and it was coming towards me. My survival instinct screamed one word: run. But there was nowhere to go. Behind me lay the canyon, watched over by the churning, sentient ceiling of blue mist and the vast, shadowy thing that patrolled it. Ahead of me, in the absolute, crushing blackness of the earth's guts, was a sound that promised a slow, wet, and intimate death. For a horrifying second, my body was caught in a tug-of war between two impossible terrors. The thought of the open air, of the cold starlight, was a siren song. But I knew the shadow in the mist was still out there, hurting me, playing with me. The mine was a tomb, but it was a tomb of my choosing. My decision was made not by courage, but by the lesser of two fears. I turned my back on the entrance and plunged deeper into the mine. The beam of my headlamp, already weak, seemed to shrink in the face of the profound darkness, creating a tiny, bouncing bubble of yellow light in an ocean of black. The wet, dragging sound grew louder, echoing off the unseen walls. Slurp, scrape, drag. It was rhythmic, patient, and utterly indifferent. It wasn't the sound of a predator chasing its prey. It was the sound of a janitor mopping a hall. It knew I was here. It knew I couldn't escape. It was simply coming to collect me. I ran. My boots slipped on the damp, uneven floor. The air grew colder, heavier, thick with the smell of decay and that strange, coppery tang of old blood. The mine shaft wasn't straight. It twisted and turned, and with every bend, I prayed I would find a side tunnel, a crevice, anything to hide in. But there was nothing. Just the endless, claustrophobic tunnel. The sound was getting closer. I could feel a vibration through the soles of my boots, a low thrumming that matched the dragging rhythm. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The darkness behind me was no longer empty. It was moving. A section of the blackness seemed to be coalescing, taking on a deeper, more solid quality. And within it, I saw a flicker of faint, blue light, like a synapse firing in a dead brain. My headlamp beam caught something on the wall ahead. A glint of metal. It was an old, rusted ore cart. Its wheels half, buried in the dirt floor, lying on its side. Next to it, a side tunnel branched off from the main shaft. This one smaller and shored up with rotting timbers. A dead end, most likely, but it was my only chance. I scrambled past the ore cart and ducked into the narrower tunnel. It was barely tall enough for me to stand upright. I shuffled forward 20 feet and pressed myself against the cold, damp rock wall, clicking off my headlamp. The sudden, total blackness was a physical blow. I held my breath, my ears straining, trying to filter out the frantic thumping of my own blood. The dragging sound reached the junction. It stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. I could imagine it there, just around the corner, a hulking, unseen thing, listening, sensing. I pictured the glowing footprints, the way they had pressed into solid granite. What was it made of? How could it move? A low hum began to fill the air, the same sound my EMF meter had made before it died. And then, a soft blue light began to seep into the side tunnel. It wasn't coming from a single source. The very air itself was beginning to glow. It crept along the floor and condensed on the walls like luminous dew. Slowly, a part of the creature came into view around the corner. It was not a leg or an arm. It was a thick, semi-translucent tendril, like a pseudopod made of solidified mist. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, gliding over the rough floor of the mine. Veins of a brighter blue pulsed within it, and where it touched the rock, the stone seemed to darken and slick with moisture. It was exploring the main tunnel, methodically searching. I watched, mesmerized and horrified. As it retracted back into the darkness, the dragging sound resumed, continuing down the main shaft, away from me. I didn't move for what felt like an eternity. I waited until the sound had faded completely, leaving only the dripping of water somewhere deep in the mine. I finally allowed myself to breathe, the exhalation coming out as a ragged, shuddering sob. I had to get out. My gamble had paid off, but it wouldn't work twice. I had to go back to the entrance. I switched my headlamp back on and crept out of the side tunnel. I looked down the main shaft in the direction the creature had gone. The darkness was absolute. I turned and began to make my way back towards the entrance, my steps cautious, my senses on high alert. As I passed the overturned ore cart again, my light caught something inside it. A dark, leathery shape. Curiosity. The same instinct that had brought me to this valley momentarily overrode my fear. I pointed the beam directly into the cart. It was an old leather satchel, the kind a prospector might have used. The leather was stiff and cracked with age. The buckle was rusted shut. It had to be miner bills. My hands trembled as I worked at the buckle. It flaked away under my fingers, and the flap fell open. Inside, nestled in a bed of rock dust, was a thick, leather-bound journal. Its pages were yellowed and brittle, but the ink, written in a neat, cursive hand, was still legible. I lifted it out, my light tracing the first entry, October 12, 1878. The vein is richer than I could have ever dreamed. But the nights are strange. A blue fog fills the valley. The air goes dead. I feel watched. My blood ran cold. I flipped through the pages. The entries grew more erratic, the handwriting more frantic. October 19th. The fog is not fog. It has a shape in the dark. I saw its track today. 3 toes. God have mercy, what is it? It is not of this earth. October 25th. It comes to the mine. It is drawn to the silver. It eats the rock. It eats the light. I have blocked the lower passage. It is the only way. October 29th. It knows I am here. It whispers to me in the silence. My tools, they glow with the blue light after it passes. It is changing the very stone. I cannot leave. The fog is always waiting. This mine is my tomb. The last entry was a barely legible scrawl. It is inside. It walks through the walls. A sudden deafening crunch echoed from the mine entrance behind me. It was back. It had been waiting for me. I dropped the journal and spun around. Filling the entrance to the mine, silhouetted against the pale, pre-dawn sky, was a shape. It was massive, easily 8 feet tall, and its form was unstable, constantly shifting. It was a vortex of the blue mist, but it had a solid core, a vaguely humanoid shape made of what looked like condensed darkness and granite. 2 points of brilliant blue light burned where its eyes should be. It raised a long, 3-fingered hand, and the rock of the tunnel wall next to it sizzled and ran like wax. This was it. The end. My mind, strangely calm, raced through my options. I had nothing. No weapon, no escape. Then a memory sparked. My emergency kit, flares. As the creature took a slow, grinding step into the mine, I tore off my backpack, unzipped the front pocket, and fumbled for the familiar cardboard cylinder. My fingers closed around a flare. The creature was 10 feet away, the air crackling with energy, the coppery smell overwhelming. I ripped the cap off the flare, and, with a prayer to a god I hadn't spoken to in years, I struck the igniter against the strip. The effect was instantaneous and violent. A blinding, magnesium white light erupted in the narrow tunnel, painting the scene in stark, brutal relief. The creature, which had seemed so solid, so invincible in the darkness, recoiled. It didn't just step back, it dissolved. The harsh, brilliant light seemed to tear it apart. The solid parts of its body became transparent, the blue energy within it flickering and shorting out like a faulty wire. It threw back its head and let out a sound that was not a roar of pain, but a deafening blast of white noise, of pure static, as if a radio had been tuned between stations and the volume turned to maximum. It was my chance. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I lowered my shoulder and charged, running directly at the dissolving apparition. I passed through it. It was like running through a freezing, electrified cloud. My hair stood on end, my teeth ached, and the smell of ozone filled my lungs. Then I was through. I burst out of the mine entrance and into the cold, clean air of the canyon. The sun was just beginning to crest the eastern peaks. The blue mist was in full retreat, a torrent of vapor flowing back up the canyon and into the high valley, like a tide going out. I didn't stop running. I ran until my lungs were fire and my legs were jelly. I ran until I stumbled onto a marked trail, the sight of a wooden signpost, so jarringly normal it almost made me weep. I ran until the sun was high in the sky, and the memory of the blue light and the static scream began to feel like a fever dream. They found me late that afternoon, wandering deliriously near the park entrance. I was treated for exposure, dehydration, and minor injuries. I told them a story about getting lost, about my equipment failing. I didn't mention the mist, the footprints, or the mine. Who would believe me? My cameras were dead, the data wiped. The journal was lost in the dark. All I had was the story. I am no longer a chaser of anomalies. I am a man who has seen one up close. I know now that the world is full of strange, dark corners, and there are some legends that are true. And I know that some things, the things that live in the blue mist and walk through stone, are best left in the dark. My name is Maya Flores, and my world is one of meticulously planned perfection. As the founder and lead planner of Flores and Tess, I orchestrate dreams. My clients are typically the elite, those for whom a wedding is not just a ceremony, but a statement, a flawlessly executed production where every flower, every note of music, every fold of a napkin aligns to create an unforgettable experience. I am a logistician, a diplomat, a crisis manager, and above all, a purveyor of calm in the face of chaos. My job is to wrangle the unpredictable into submission, to smooth over the cracks of human emotion with the plaster of impeccable organization. I deal in reality, in timelines and vendor contracts, not in fantasies or folklore. That is why what happened last summer, in the heart of the Wyoming wilderness, continues to unravel the very fabric of my own reality. The commission was, from the outset, both a prestigious challenge and a logistical nightmare. The wedding of Serafina Vanderbilt to Julian Croft at the Old Faithful Inn in Yellowstone National Park. Serafina was the heiress to a New York real estate fortune, a woman for whom the word no was merely a suggestion to be ignored. Julian was quieter, the handsome and seemingly grounded scion of an old money family, who appeared to spend most of his energy managing Serafina's tempestuous moods. Their choice of venue was Serafina's latest whim. She had seen a documentary about the historic inn and declared it the only place on earth she could possibly get married. The idea of a rustic, wilderness wedding was, for her, the ultimate status symbol, a testament to her power to bend even the untamed to her will. For me, It meant transporting a New York level production into one of the most remote and protected areas in the country. It meant dealing with spotty cell service, strict park regulations, and a bride who expected Parisian florists to magically appear in the middle of a geothermal basin. From our first meeting in my Manhattan office, the warning signs were there. Serafina, draped in designer clothing that cost more than my car, dismissed every local vendor I proposed. She wanted her 5-tiered cake flown in from a celebrity baker in Los Angeles. She demanded orchids, thousands of them, to fill a lobby built from rough, hewn logs and volcanic stone. I despise wildflowers, she denounced, wrinkling her nose. They're so common. Julian had tried to reason with her. Sarah, darling, the whole point is to embrace the location. The natural beauty. The natural beauty is the backdrop, Julian. She had snapped, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. I am the main event. The weeks leading up to the wedding were a blur of frantic calls, exorbitant shipping fees, and Serafina's ever-changing demands. We flew in a Michelin-starred chef, a string quartet from Juilliard, and enough lighting equipment to illuminate a small city. The Old Faithful Inn, a majestic wooden leviathan, groaned under the weight of Vanderbilt extravagance. The staff, accustomed to tourists in hiking boots and fleece jackets, watched the proceedings with a mixture of awe and trepidation. We arrived 3 days before the wedding. Stepping into the inn's lobby was like stepping back in time. The scale of it was breathtaking, a multi-story atrium supported by a forest of lodgepole pine, dominated by a massive rhyolite fireplace that reached to the ceiling. The air smelled of wood smoke, pine, and the faint, sulfurous tang of the geysers, breathing just outside the doors. There was a palpable sense of history in the creak of the floorboards, a feeling that the walls themselves have stories to tell. It was a place of grandeur and isolation, a cathedral of the wilderness. But Serafina was not impressed. It's so brown, she complained, surveying the magnificent lobby. And what is that dreadful smell? The next 48 hours were a masterclass in bridal tyranny. Serafina threw a tantrum because the angle of the setting sun wasn't optimal for her planned photo shoot. She berated a young bellhop for scuffing one of her 27 pieces of luggage. The string quartet was forced to rehearse her chosen processional, a complex, modern piece, until their fingers were raw, only for her to decide at the last minute that she preferred Wagner after all. Through it all, Julian was a placating presence, his handsome face etched with a permanent expression of strained apology. I saw him several times, rubbing his temples, taking deep breaths as he tried to talk Serafina down from another ledge of fury. I felt a pang of sympathy for him. He seemed to genuinely love her, but it was like loving a beautiful, unpredictable storm. The tension finally broke on the night before the wedding. The rehearsal dinner was a stiff, joyless affair held in a private dining room. The Vanderbilt and Croft families, a collection of stony-faced individuals in tailored suits and silk dresses, picked at their gourmet food and exchanged pleasantries that were as cold as the Wyoming night air. Serafina, in a shimmering silver dress, was vibrating with a nervous, aggressive energy. I was in the main lobby, finalizing the seating chart for the next day, when I heard their voices. They were on the mezzanine overlooking the fireplace, their argument starting as a venomous whisper and escalating into a full-blown confrontation.
You always do this, Serafina?
You have to control everything, everyone? Julian's voice was tight with a rage I had never heard from him before. I am ensuring our wedding is perfect.
Something you clearly don't appreciate,
She retorted. Perfect.
This isn't a wedding, it's a performance.
It's all for your friends, for your family, to prove some point. What about us? What about what I want?
What you want? You want to be comfortable. You want everything to be easy.
Life isn't easy, Julian.
I'm not easy. That's the truest thing you've said all year.
The words hung in the vast, silent space of the lobby. I saw a few guests look up from their drinks, their faces curious. There was a sharp, slapping sound that echoed in the cavernous room. Then, silence. A moment later, Serafina stormed down the grand staircase, her face a mask of cold fury. She didn't look at anyone. She walked straight past me, her silver dress rustling like angry leaves, and pushed through the massive main doors, disappearing into the cold, dark night. Julian appeared at the top of the stairs, one hand on his cheek, his expression utterly defeated. He watched her go, then turned and walked back toward their suite without a word. I took a deep breath, my professional instincts kicking in. A dramatic fight, a runaway bride. It wasn't ideal, but it was manageable. I assumed she had gone for a walk to cool off, that Julian would go after her, and that by morning they would have reconciled, ready to proceed with the $1 million production I had painstakingly assembled. I dismissed it as the peak of pre-wedding jitters, a final, dramatic outburst before the main event. I stayed late, triple-checking every last detail. The floral arrangements, the place settings, the schedule for the photographer. I wanted nothing left to chance. The inn slowly emptied. The tourists and wedding guests retreating to their rooms until it was just me, a lone night porter, and the ghosts of 100 years of history. The fire, in the great hearth, had burned down to glowing embers, and the only sounds were the groaning of the old building and the distant, rhythmic sigh of Old Faithful itself, a sleeping giant in the darkness. It was in that profound, watchful silence that my meticulously ordered world began to fall apart. I must have drifted off for a moment. My head slumped against the cool leather of the armchair where I was reviewing the final timeline. The grand lobby was submerged in a profound, almost sacred silence, a stark contrast to the chaotic energy it had held just hours before. The only light came from a few strategically placed lamps that cast long, dancing shadows and the dying, orange heart of the great fireplace. It was somewhere in that liminal space, between exhaustion and wakefulness, around 2 a.m, that a sound pricked the quiet. It was the faintest creak of a floorboard from above. My eyes fluttered open. I sat up straighter, my planner's mind instantly alert. Perhaps it was Julian, coming down to look for Serafina. Or maybe Serafina herself, returning with a sheepish expression, ready to patch things up. I remained still, not wanting to intrude on what might be a private reconciliation. I listened, and the sound came again. A slow, deliberate footstep on the grand staircase that swept down into the lobby. A figure began its descent from the shadows of the upper floors. My first impression was one of relief. It was a woman in a white dress. It had to be Serafina. But something was wrong. She wasn't wearing the silver gown from dinner. This was a wedding dress. Her wedding dress. The one I had spent weeks coordinating fittings for. The one that was supposed to be kept under lock and key until the ceremony. It was an extravagant creation of silk and lace, glowing with an ethereal luminescence in the dim light. My relief curdled into confusion. Why would she put on her wedding dress in the middle of the night, after a fight? Was this some new, theatrical gesture of defiance or reconciliation? She moved with a strange, gliding grace, her steps unnervingly even and silent after that initial creak. She held her arms stiffly at her sides, her posture unnaturally erect. As she descended further into the weak pool of light from the lobby lamps, I focused on her, my brow furrowed. The dress was immaculate, the lace collar perfectly framing her throat. But above the collar, there was nothing. My mind refused to process what my eyes were seeing. I blinked hard, shaking my head slightly, certain that I was hallucinating from lack of sleep. It had to be a trick of the shadows, the way the light fell from the high, raftered ceiling. I squinted, trying to make out her face, the familiar cascade of blonde hair, but there was only empty space. She reached the bottom of the staircase and turned, her movements fluid and unhesitating. She was perhaps 30 feet from where I sat, partially hidden by a large wingback chair. And now I could see it clearly. It wasn't a trick of the light. Where Serafina's head should have been, there was only the top of her spinal column, a single, starkly white piece of bone protruding from the delicate lace of the collar. It was a clean, almost surgical severance, impossibly neat. There was no blood, no gore, just the pristine white of the bone against the pristine white of the dress. The sight was so clinical, so fundamentally wrong, that my brain couldn't categorize it. It was a silent, anatomical horror that bypassed all my known frameworks for fear. I was paralyzed. A scream was trapped in my throat, a solid, jagged thing that I couldn't force past my lips. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the vast silence. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I was a statue of pure, unadulterated terror. My world of lists and logistics had shattered, replaced by an impossible, waking nightmare. The figure in the wedding dress walked right past my hiding place. I could hear the soft rustle of the silk, smell the faint scent of the orchids that had been delivered for her bouquet. It moved with a serene, unwavering purpose, its headless posture a grotesque parody of bridal poise. It walked directly toward the massive, log-framed main doors of the inn, with a strength that seemed impossible. It pushed one of the heavy doors, open just enough to slip through, and then it was gone, swallowed by the sulfur-scented darkness of a geyser basin. The door swung gently shut, its latch clicking into place with a sound that seemed as loud as a gunshot in the stillness. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen in that chair. It could have been minutes or an hour. My mind was a whirlwind of denial and terror. I told myself I had dreamed it, that I had fallen asleep and had a vivid, stress-induced nightmare. It was the only explanation that made sense. I was a rational person. I dealt with facts. People did not walk around without their heads. Eventually, trembling, I forced myself to my feet. My legs felt like lead. I half expected to see the figure standing there when I peeked around the chair, but there was nothing. The lobby was empty. I practically ran to my room, fumbling with the key card, my heart still pounding. I locked and bolted the door, leaning against it and sliding to the floor, my body shaking uncontrollably. I didn't sleep. I sat on the floor, staring at the door, until the first pale light of dawn began to filter through the window. The morning brought with it a brittle, nervous energy. The wedding was scheduled for 3 p.m. By 8 a.m., Serafina had still not appeared. Her mother, a woman with a face like sculpted ice, approached me, her voice tight. "Have you seen Serafina, Miss Flores?" I opened my mouth to speak, but what could I say? I saw her last night, but she was missing her head. The words sounded insane even in my own thoughts. She and Julian had a disagreement. I managed, my voice hoarse. She went for a walk. I assumed she was in her room. Panic began to ripple through the wedding party. Julian wasn't answering his suite's door or his phone. At 9:30 a.m., the inn's manager used a master key to open their suite. The scream that followed was not mine. The room was a scene of quiet, brutal violence. Julian Croft was lying on the floor by the bed. His death was not as clean or as inexplicable as the vision I had witnessed. He had been killed by a single, crushing blow to the head. On the nightstand beside him lay a heavy, ornate crystal lamp, its base stained with blood. Of Serafina, there was no sign. Her silver dress from the night before was gone. Her luggage was still there, but her wedding dress was missing from its garment bag. Within an hour, the Old Faithful Inn was swarming with park rangers and local police. The veneer of Vanderbilt elegance was stripped away, replaced by the grim reality of a crime scene. The wedding was, of course, canceled. The guests were questioned, their hushed, horrified whispers filling the great lobby. A detective, a wary-looking man named Miller with kind eyes that didn't miss a thing, questioned me in a small office. I told him about the fight. I told him I saw Serafina storm out. I told him I saw Julian go back to his room, looking defeated. I told him I worked late in the lobby. My voice was steady, my answers factual. I was back in my element, dealing with a crisis, providing information. And you didn't see her after that. She didn't come back to the inn. Miller asked, scribbling in his notepad. My heart pounded. The image of the headless bride on the staircase burned behind my eyes. Tell him what you saw. But I couldn't. He would think I was crazy, hysterical, or worse, that I was lying to cover something up. It was impossible. It was madness. No, I said, the lie tasting like ash in my mouth. I never saw her again. The police theory formed quickly and logically. It was a crime of passion. The volatile bride, in a fit of rage, had struck her fiancé with the lamp, killed him, and fled. She was now a fugitive, a missing person, and a murder suspect. An all-points bulletin was issued. Rangers began searching the vast, dangerous wilderness of the park, looking for a beautiful, wealthy, and desperate woman on the run. They were looking for Serafina Vanderbilt. But I knew the truth. I knew they wouldn't find her. The thing I saw wasn't fleeing from a crime. It wasn't looking for a place to hide. The serene, purposeful way it moved, the way it walked out into the geyser basin, a place of boiling mud and scalding water, spoke of something else entirely. It wasn't running from its lost groom. It was looking for a replacement. The investigation was a whirlwind of grim efficiency that lasted for 3 days before the official search for Serafina Vanderbilt was scaled back, shifting from a rescue mission to a recovery effort. The prevailing theory remained unchanged. A volatile woman, a violent argument, a flight into a wilderness that does not forgive mistakes. The rangers spoke in hushed tones about the dangers. Thermal pools hidden beneath thin crusts of earth, unpredictable wildlife, the sheer, disorienting scale of the backcountry. They believed she had succumbed to the elements, her body likely lost forever in some remote, inaccessible corner of the park. The Vanderbilt and Croft families, their faces masks of stony grief and quiet fury, departed on private jets, leaving a wake of silence and unanswered questions. My job, however, was not finished. I was the logistician of this tragedy, and I was left to dismantle the dream, For the next 2 days, I oversaw the packing of the Parisian flowers, the crating of the untouched 5-tiered cake, and the shipping of 27 pieces of luggage back to an empty New York apartment. Every item was a ghost of the celebration that never was. The inn staff moved around me with a quiet, respectful deference, but I could feel their eyes on me. I was the last remnant of the Vanderbilt circus, the planner who had witnessed the spectacular implosion. I couldn't bring myself to work in the lobby. The memory of what I had seen on the grand staircase was a permanent, searing brand on my mind. I set up a makeshift office in a small, stuffy conference room, but the image followed me. The pristine white dress, the gliding walk, and the horrifying, impossible emptiness above the lace collar. The lie I told Detective Miller felt like a living thing, a poison I had swallowed that was now coursing through my veins. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that single, clean piece of bone. Sleep offered no escape. My nights were filled with fragmented, terrifying dreams. I would see the bride walking down an endless hallway, the scent of orchids thick in the air. Sometimes, in the dream, she would stop and turn towards me, though she had no face to see with. I would wake up with my heart pounding, drenched in a cold sweat. The sulfurous smell of the geysers seeming to seep through the very walls of my room. On my last evening at the inn, driven by a desperate need for answers and a morbid curiosity I couldn't suppress, I sought out an old man I had seen tending to the massive fireplace each night. His name was Henry, and his face was a roadmap of wrinkles, his eyes the color of the faded Wyoming sky. He'd worked at the inn, he told me, for nearly 50 years. I found him in the now empty lobby, polishing the brass fixtures on the hearth. I started cautiously asking about the inn's history. He spoke of presidents and celebrities who had stayed there, of the Great Fire of '88, of the harsh winters. Then, my voice barely a whisper, I asked, "Have there ever been strange stories, ghost stories?" Henry stopped polishing and looked at me, his gaze sharp and knowing. He glanced around the cavernous, silent lobby, as if to ensure we were alone. "This old place has more stories than it has logs," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "Most are just tales for the tourists. But there's one the old-timers talk about. One they don't like to tell." He told me the story of a bride from the 1920s. She was a young woman from a wealthy family in the East, set to marry a man she adored. On the night before their wedding, her fiancé confessed that he was in love with someone else, a chambermaid at the inn. He was breaking off the engagement. The bride was devastated, humiliated. She was last seen walking towards the geyser basin in her wedding dress. They found the groom the next morning, dead in his room, his head crushed by a heavy candlestick. The bride was never found. My blood ran cold. What happened to her? I breathed. "No one knows for sure," Henry said, his eyes fixed on the dying embers in the fireplace. "They say she lost her head out there in the geysers, either from grief or from the boiling earth itself. And now she walks. She's looking for her groom. But the thing is," he leaned in closer, his voice dropping even lower, "the legend says she can't rest until the wedding is complete. She needs a groom to stand with her. And when she finds one, she makes him hers forever." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in the air. "And she takes his head to replace the one she lost." A wave of nausea washed over me. Julian, the crystal lamp. It wasn't Serafina who had killed him. It was the bride. She had found her groom. Henry straightened up, his face grim. It's just a story, miss. A spooky tale to tell around a campfire. But his eyes told me he didn't believe that. He knew, just as I now knew, that the story was real. That night, I couldn't stay in my room. I had to finish my final checklists, and the only place with a strong enough Wi-Fi signal was the lobby. Armed with a thermos of coffee, and a terror I could no longer deny, I sat in the same armchair as before, forcing myself to face the spot where my sanity had been shattered. For hours, nothing happened. The inn groaned its ancient lullaby. The geyser sighed in the distance. I began to feel a sliver of hope that it was over, that the spirit, having claimed its prize, was at peace. It was just after 3 a.m. when the air grew cold. A deep, penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the night air and everything to do with the bottomless cold of the grave. The faint, sweet scent of orchids drifted through the lobby. My head snapped up. My eyes darted to the grand staircase. She was there, standing on the bottom step, perfectly still. The white dress seemed to absorb the dim light, glowing with a cold, dead luminescence. The space above her collar was a void that seemed to pull all the light and warmth from the room. But this time was different. She wasn't walking. She was waiting. And I felt, with a certainty that defied all logic, that she was aware of me. I felt her attention on me like a physical weight. My paralysis was gone, replaced by a primal, animal instinct to flee. I shot out of the chair, knocking it over with a crash that echoed in the silence. I didn't look back. I sprinted through the lobby, past the night porter, who was just emerging from a back office with a bewildered look on his face. I ran up the stairs to my room, my lungs burning, my mind screaming. I threw my remaining belongings into my suitcase, my hands shaking so violently I could barely zip it. I did not check out. I did not say goodbye to Henry. I left my keycard on the nightstand, grabbed my bags, and ran out a side exit to my rental car. I drove out of Yellowstone in the pre-dawn darkness, my eyes constantly checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure in a white dress in the back seat. I never went back. I returned to New York. But the city's concrete and noise could not drown out the silence of the inn, or the memory of what I'd seen. My world of perfect plans and flawless execution was a sham. I had looked into the abyss, and it had looked back. I sold floors in F-Test 6 months later. I couldn't pretend to create perfect days for people anymore. It has been a year. I now work a quiet, simple job in a library. I live in a small apartment far from the world of the Vanderbilts. But I am not free. Every time I see a bride, my heart seizes with fear. And I read the news. I scan the articles about missing persons, my breath catching whenever I see a story from Wyoming. Just last week, I found one. A young man, a solo backpacker, had gone missing in Yellowstone. His car was found abandoned in the parking lot of the Old Faithful Inn. The rangers are searching, but they don't expect to find him. They say he was handsome, with a kind smile and dark, curly hair, just like Julian. And I know, with a cold, sick certainty, that they will never find him. Because the bride wasn't looking for a replacement. She was just looking for the next one.